Okay. Okay. Thank you and welcome everybody to this meeting of the South Downs National Park Authority. My name's Vanessa Rowlands and I'll be chairing this meeting. Before we start, I'd just like to welcome our new Director of Landscape and Operations, Alison Potts, who's here. Thank you. And I also want to note that we have a Senior Officer, Anne Rehill, retiring very soon. So she will be here later, but just to kind of make everyone aware of that so we can give her thanks later on. And I also want to thank the South Downs Partnership for all their work and to remind members that we will be launching our Partnership Management Plan in May, date to be confirmed, and a report on the Partnership Management Plan is going to be coming to the NPA in July. So I know I say this every time, but it is really important just to remember that South Downs National Park members have a primary responsibility to ensuring that the authority furthers the National Park purposes and duty. Members regard themselves first and foremost as members of the authority and will act in the best interests of the authority and the park, rather than as representatives of their appointing authority or any interest groups. This meeting is being webcast by the National Park Authority and will be available for subsequent online viewing. By coming into the meeting room, you are considered to have given your consent to be filmed or recorded and for the possible use of images, sound recordings for webcasting and or for training purposes. For the benefit of those observing the meeting, members of the authority are identified by white nameplates, South Downs officers by orange nameplates and guests by green nameplates. To minimise disruption, please can I ask you to switch your mobile phones to silent? Thank you. So on the agenda, items 16, 17 and 19 are minutes of the planning and P&R meetings, committee meetings, and they're to note and to be taken as read unless anyone has anything they would like to add or bring up about them now. Let me know now. No? Okay, so I'll take them as read when we get to that item. Right, onto the agenda. Apologies for absence. Richard Fryer, could you let us know?
Apologies have been received from Heather Baker, Chris Dowling, Gary Marsh, Robert McAtter, Tom Neville and Daniel Stewart-Roberts.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, minutes of the previous meeting held on the 9th of December. What I'll do is I'll go through these page by page, and if you could call out anything if you need to make an amendment. I'm doing it on the numbering in my pack, so page 5, page 6, page 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14. I know. Just in case. Anybody have anything you want to bring up? No? Okay, so yes, I know. Yeah, so we'll do that. I can sign those at the end. Declarations of interest. I just want to ask anyone if they have a declaration of interest. Before I do that, for agenda item 10, I'm presuming that many of us have an interest to declare on that item. So if you would like to declare an interest on agenda item 10, could you raise your hand now? So I'm thinking it's the local plan, so probably local authority members and parish members you probably do. Would anyone else? Okay, it's just those people. All right, fine, brilliant. And does anyone have a declaration of interest for any other agenda item? No. Okay. Right. Urgent matters. Do we have any urgent matters? No. No. Thank you. Public participation. Members, we do have some members of the public coming to speak on agenda item 10. So we will ask members of the public to speak at that point in the meeting, so that we can hear them in relation to that agenda item. Great, thank you. Item number 6, the need for Part 2 exclusion of press and public. There is some exempt information, Appendix 1 of Agenda Item 15, and then Agenda Items 18 and 19. So we will deal with going into a resolution for whether to go into private session for those now. I'm going to pass over to Richard Sanderford to talk us through that.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. So yes, the proposed reason for excluding the public and the press for those items is set out in detail there on the agenda for you, and the legislative provision and the public interest test. Just in summary, the items contain what is considered to be exempt information as it's financial or business affairs of the authority. For item 15, this is around the delivery of the planning service. Item 18, it's details around the new woodland carbon platform, and item 19 relates to risks to the effective day-to-day running of the authority. So it's proposed that on balance that the need for these to be considered in private session and the information not to be disclosed outweighs the public interest in them being disclosed in public. Thank you, Chair.
Great, okay, thank you for explaining that. So we need a show of hands to go.
Yes.
So can I see a show of hands for us to be going to private session for those items? Great, thank you, everybody. Anybody against that? No, thank you so much. Item number 7 is the Chair's update. This is a kind of a chance for members to record their activity on behalf of the South Downs National Park. So I just want to thank members who have been working hard outside of this meeting and doing things. Thank you for letting me know so I could put it all in one place. Does anyone have anything they would like to ask about anything on the report? John Cross, and then I've got Andrew and Paul. John.
Yeah, just right at the end there, 2.17, that you attended a workshop in London. Well, I think in London, because it says environmental social justice in London. I didn't know if it was about environmental social justice in London or whether you were in London.
John.
And I just wanted to ask, basically, could you give more information on that? Was that about the built environment or the environment?
It was about the environment. It was so the Protected Landscape Partnership. One of the pieces of work that it's doing is looking at inclusion work across all protected landscapes and trails, and how they can do training and support these officers that are probably working on their own in lots of places. And so it was a chance. They're doing one in Bradford next week, which I think, Robson, you're going to, aren't you? And so this was one in London where they gathered people from across the south of England to come together to think about, share and learn learnings that they've had in doing this work. And it's very much, and I think this is really driven by the Minister at the moment, to really think about how we are extending our welcome to people who have basically been unrepresented in our spaces. You weren't listening at the beginning, Joan. I asked everyone to put it to silent. Now, if you haven't put it to silent, I'll call you out like that. So please check your phones. So it was a chance to kind of do some thinking, have some support, share some learnings, and how we can basically help those looking at people who've got disabilities, for example, thinking about how do we make these spaces more accessible and welcoming to them, and how we can make sure that we don't use our kind intentions in a way that actually could cause damage. To really think deeply about what we do. It was a really, really good meeting, actually. Yeah, and it's really nice to get together with people across all these landscapes, because actually we were all part of a bigger team and we were trying to get to the same space. So it's really nice to be in those sort of places. Is that okay? Did that answer your question? Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Quite a short report compared to some, but because of its shortness, perhaps there are one or two things that you chose to leave out. But one of them might be the fact that I know since the last meeting you were interviewed on the quite locally contentious issue of the splash at Droxford, the use of a public right-of-way by motorised traffic. And as a result of information that's been circulated, I do know that it appears that Hampshire County Council have washed their hands of doing any work because, as they put it, they're too busy dealing with government reorganisation, which is something which will be taking them 2 years, and possibly after local government reorganisations, nobody's going to pick up very quickly. So therefore, because this is an access issue, and we are the access authority, so it should be uppermost and foremost in our minds, I'm wondering if it is time we reviewed our potential input into dealing with issues like this. I say that guardedly because I know that we have debated this before, but we as a local authority are entitled to take work which otherwise we'd expect a county council to do. But I do think that under the circumstances, it is something we should be revising.
Thanks, Andrew. I mean, we did have, I know, Melanie, you read out a statement at P&R, didn't you? Like the last meeting, yeah. And I think Sean was going to bring it up when we get to his report. So should we hold fire till then? Is that all right? Yeah, let's do that.
So, well, I was just going to say, there wasn't an indication that it was in Sean's report. That's why I was bringing it up now, because I knew you'd been directly involved in it.
Yeah, and it was really great to meet everybody and listen to everybody at that event, which seems quite a long time ago, but yeah, I didn't mean to leave that out. It has been a really busy time, so I'm sorry it looks like it hasn't been, but it certainly feels like it. Well, I've got Paul, and then I'll go to Stephen. Is that right, Paul?
Thank you. I'm referring to your paragraph 2.16, your trip to Rugby, and the fascinating encounter you clearly have with James Scott, who's delivering on-site nature recovery at a 6,000 home site, which we don't have here. But we're going to receive him, I understand. That sounds a really interesting prospect, and I wondered when that might happen, and hopefully the planning committee will be involved in some sort of workshop.
I hadn't thought about that. I mean, we're just trying to do, Tim and I went, didn't we? When was that? Was that a couple of months ago now? Yeah. Because I met James at a Natural England board dinner and had a good chat with him, and where we were talking about how you're delivering on-site B&G and working with nature and the stuff that he's been doing, and thinking about that, what you can do at a scale like that, which is obviously not what we will be doing in this park. But there's just quite a lot of learning, and sometimes it's good to go and listen to people and kind of how they approach things. So it was very much in the spirit of learning from other people. And we found it a really good day, didn't we, Tim? And so we have invited him down, and I mean, to be honest, it's a diary management thing. It's trying to find a date that works for everybody. I don't know, Tim, if you want to say anything about our visit?
Yeah. It was really eye-opening to see that at that scale you can still have the same sort of approach. The amount of synergy in terms of landscape-led, context-led, utilising the cultural heritage that existed there. And you'd be amazed at the amount of cultural heritage that existed on what, at first glance, is just flat fields. So it was a really useful learning experience. He's keen to come and look at some of our major sites. So you're talking the North Street Quarters, Syngentas, Shoreham Cement Worlds of this world. And I think there's a lot we can learn. And I would say, I haven't had a chance to let you know, but just yesterday, the new landowners of the North Street Quarter site, which is Lewes District Council, their chief exec would also welcome a meeting because they're looking for advice and information as to how they could take place. So it's about diarising, as you say.
Yeah. And do you know what was really, really interesting about going to somewhere where they're building a town from scratch and actually thinking about what is it that makes these places? What is it that makes a community? And they had as master developers, they call themselves. So they've come in and they've done a master plan and they've put in the strategic green infrastructure routes and they put in the road infrastructure and the drainage and all that stuff. And so then when the developers come, they just come and build, and they're saying, like, we want you to come and build your A game, like build the best you do. And then it's like, how do we make a community here? And so Urban and Civic Seed Fund lots of hobbies and community groups, community orchards, the village hall, all these things that make a community. And it was like really interesting to see that and that support of that. And that's how you bring those people together. And I found that really inspiring. It makes me think about the stuff that we're doing with our partnership management plan. We're almost going in and with our climate action knowledge hub of like trying to sort of retrofit that a bit, you know. And so there was a lot to sort of think about. It was really cool, wasn't it? Yeah. So, you know, at all times it's thinking that you can learn from other people and don't think that we always think we know everything. So, yeah, it was good. Thank you very much for asking about that, Paul. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of entirely unrelated queries, and one or both might be better for Sean. I don't know. I leave that entirely up to you. The first one's a bit of a follow-on from Andrew, and if we go back to page 9, because I can't think of a better sort of platform. So on page 9, at paragraph 88, the second bullet point, it says that Hampshire have been drafting an updated byway operating procedure which would come to the LAF and then to us once approved. I'm not sure if they have in fact approved it yet, and if they have, when is it coming to the authority? So that's two questions about that. And the second entirely unrelated question is, I understand that His Majesty the King was in the park yesterday, or very nearby, and perhaps someone could just tell us a little bit more about that. Sean might have been going to cover that anyway, but
I know. Sean gets all the good stuff. Yeah, we hosted the King at Seven Sisters yesterday for the launch of the England Coastal Path and the Super National Nature Reserve that's happening there. But Sean, I'll let you talk about that in your book. Everyone wants it. We want to get to that report. Yes, but with the LAF, I don't know. I mean, Andrew, you're on the LAF, aren't you?
I am, yes, and we have yet, and I'm looking at Paul here as well, because I missed the last meeting. I had a clash meeting, but I'm not aware that we had that report, no.
Okay. How often do you meet, and when are you next meeting? Do you think you can? Okay. Well, over to you guys to kind of push to that. That would be great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Stephen, for highlighting that.
If I might just come in, the LAF actually has there's been a quite a distinct upsurge in LAF activity, because it did sort of rather sit and on the back burner for some years because there were other priorities or assumed priorities, and certainly under the chairmanship of Doug Jones, it really is beginning to do a lot of work, as reports that he gave us at the last meeting, and I believe he has circulated to us just recently, indicate. And I think it's well worth reading that report again if you're in any doubt as to the importance of the LAF, because as I said in posing my point to you, we are the access authority. In effect, the LAF is keeps us up to the mark on that, because it is independent of the park, even though the park do manage it, and it isn't just footpaths and bridle paths, it is all forms of access. Yeah. And that's obviously uppermost in our priorities as an authority.
No, that's great. Thank you. And I thank you both, you and Paul, for being on it. That's great. Anybody else would like to have anything else to say? Great. Thank you. Do I need a show of hands? Just a note. Yeah, can I see a show of hands just to note that report, please? Thank you so much, everybody. Okay. Item number 8, Chief Exec's report. That's what everyone's been waiting for, right?
Shall I do that?
Yeah, you can. To you.
I'll take some questions, and I think there might be questions on the Meon splash route. I can possibly preempt those. Jerry, did you want to ask one, and then shall I come to you in a minute? I'll just mention a few things. We mentioned the Super National Nature Reserve, which we launched yesterday. This is if you're not familiar with it, is a program of work that we've been working on for quite a number of years, but bringing together 8 landowners around Seven Sisters to work towards a declaration of a nature reserve with Natural England. It's part of the King's series of national nature reserves, and I met with Peter, whose second name I can't remember, the Deputy Chair of Natural England. We were chatting and celebrating ministers who don't listen to their civil servants. Certainly John Prescott, if he had listened to his civil servants, I wouldn't be sitting here today and we wouldn't be having this meeting. Therese Coffey, who renamed the England Coast Path the King Charles III England Coast Path. I was one of the civil servants who advised her not to do that because of the additional cost of changing all the signage. So we wouldn't have had him visiting yesterday if she had listened to me. So we were really pleased of ministers who don't take that advice. But he was here. This is one of the reasons why we had to move the NPA, so thank you for your forbearance. For security reasons, we couldn't say why beforehand, so maybe now you understand, and also understand why we might have been a bit preoccupied in the last few weeks, because there's been a huge amount of organisation to get that event going. There was 2 events. There was the event in the morning with the King, and then we had a sort of big partnership event with Mary Creagh, the Minister, in the afternoon for the Nature Reserve. And we had 3 ministers visiting yesterday. So we had the Secretary of State, we had Baroness Hayman, who leads on access and trails, and Mary Creagh, who leads on nature and national parks. So it was a red letter day for us, and we got a lot of profile. You can see it's in the press. Andy Gattaker was in most of the photos because a lot of them were on the path, but that was great to get us in there, so that was good. I think, as I've said in my report, with the PMP, we are trying to shift our emphasis in terms of what we're doing, and we're trying to shift our emphasis towards not just being beautiful places, but places where we deliver for nature and where we deliver for climate, and where we are places that are seen as investable, where we are about positive change. So for me, yesterday, with the nature reserve, so going from a country park to a nature reserve seemed to sort of mark a moment, and it felt like a moment. It was a huge celebration, and it's worth remembering it was a moment, but it reflects achievements made by many thousands of people, campaigners, people within this room, people within this authority, but people who have come before to get to that point. The Coast Path have been working on it for 18 years. I read just earlier that the Ramblers have been campaigning for it for 80 years. Legislation had to be written to create it. It is a huge endeavour. So it was a sort of, for me, a real moment of reflection as well, looking back, but also thinking about the things that we're building now that will have similar events maybe in 18, 20, 25 years, and trying to think about that as well. Yeah. I will stop there. Before I do, I just want to add my welcome to Alison as well, it's great to have you on board. But I'll stop there and take questions.
Before your questions, I just wanted to just say about yesterday, just a huge, huge thanks to the team here, of Ruth, Josh, Claire Onslow. Everybody has been working so hard for weeks and weeks and weeks on this. It's absolutely taken all their time, sucked all their time out. And we haven't been able to tell you that. And I think you might realise why some things we've had to kind of sort of move down the agenda and things like that. But they have worked so hard, and I was so proud of them yesterday because it was just perfect. Like, with the weather was perfect, everything ran on time, the mood, it was incredible, wasn't it? It was such a positive day. So thank you. I just want to make sure on minutes that thanks all the team for that and their hard work. So yeah, over to questions. Jerry.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, I think congratulations from all of us who were in the dark on the tremendous success of yesterday and the coverage you got. So, well done to everybody concerned. I was just going to ask the Chief Exec for a brief update on progress with Hampshire County Council on the splash route negotiations, simply because it is still very much in the minds of people at the western end of the park and featuring in the local press.
So we've had a number of meetings. I've had a couple of meetings with the Chief Exec, and I think, Alison, you've been having meetings with other officials. We're taking forward that work. Andrew, I think that it's fair to say Hampshire County Council haven't washed their hands of it and haven't now taken the position, I think particularly because of the attention that it's got and the conversations we've had with them, are going to engage fully in this now. And there's a plan for them to do. They've taken some legal advice, and as part of the assessment of what to do next, they need to do a certain number of surveys, particularly around traffic surveys and so on. And we are comfortable with that approach at the moment. We're working very closely with them, and we are making sure that the outcome, that this is done properly and in time, and in a timely fashion. I think the approach we are really keen to take is one which is focused on the ecological health of the river. So the impact, obviously, of the splash route and the data and the evidence we've had so far, and a lot of the outcries around the ecological, quite rightly, about the ecological health of the river. It's a very precious habitat. We have water as part of our PMP. So whatever the outcome of the work that Hampshire County Council does, we will want to make sure that that ecological damage that has been done is reversed, and that we have a solution in place that can do that. But not just for that part, but in the context of the whole catchment and of the Meon River as a whole, and in the context of our PMP. So we're taking this really seriously. We have now set up, I think, a working group, or we are setting up a working group with Hampshire County Council to make sure we have regular updates on what they're doing. And we are looking at not just whether the splash route stays open or closed, but what is best for the river in that place, as we go forward. And we won't be satisfied until we have a solution that meets that objective.
I've got Antonia. Yep. And Stephen, sorry.
Yes, it's very welcome that that work with Hampshire County Council is going ahead. But in the meantime, obviously, a lot of people in that area are very shocked at what's happening. And is it worth having a communications plan just to say that measures are in hand? The SDNPA is not, ignoring this and standing powerless while this environmental damage goes on. Is it worth getting the message out about what you're doing?
So we haven't put anything proactive out at the moment. I think we've got a letter that we've got to respond to, and we have a working group that's coming together next week, and we want to wait for that before we do that. We have an agreed set of lines with Hampshire County Council, so you'll have seen there is periodically interest in the press, and they put out a statement, and it's a statement that we've agreed together. They are saying that they're working very closely with us, they're saying what they're doing, and at the moment I'm quite happy with that messaging, but we will be looking to see what more we can do as we go forward. But we want to make sure that we don't go out of step with Hampshire County Council, because we've got a really good working relationship with them at the moment, and the best way to resolve this is for us to do that together.
Thank you. Stephen.
Now, I always find both your reports very interesting. And these were no exception. And I was reading through, and then tucked away towards the end of yours, Sean, I had a sort of wow moment. I wonder if you're able to tell us anything more about paragraph 4.29, which certainly struck me.
Excuse me while I Oh, I'm not sure I've got the same paragraph
Here.
numbering on my sheet. Hang on.
The £3 million point.
Yeah. Yes. James, do you want to? We've had a very fortunate event, I think. Yes, go ahead.
You have to turn yourself up.
Well, we're going to cover this a little bit in the trust update, but essentially the trust has been talking to a donor who wishes to remain anonymous about a very substantive gift, and we've signed the gift agreements now, so we're expecting circa 3 million in due course. It's a little bit difficult because it's tied up in gilts, and we're trying to leave it till the latest point to maximise the potential benefit. But yes, the plan really, that funding is, part of it will go into a pot that will support both our Renature programme and some of our work with young people over a 6-year period. So we'll slowly spend it down, but obviously benefiting from the interest accrued. And then the larger amount, we will be continuing to talk to the donor about how we allocate that, but of course it will be in line with our charitable objects and therefore directed towards things that benefit the South Downs National Park. So yeah.
Great. Thank you. Sean, you wanted to come back?
I mean, I think just on the theme of the nature reserve and what you were saying earlier, that the sun was shining yesterday and somehow it didn't feel like an accident. It felt like, you know, a lot of things are pointing our way, because I think what we're doing, and it's a huge reflection on the work, you know, on what we're achieving, is projecting a sense of excitement and positivity. So I think it's no accident that we have a donor that wants to invest in that, and it shows a huge amount of faith and support for the work we've been doing, particularly with kids and on engagement. And I think the more we can do that and project that sense of positivity and excitement and success, the more we will attract that kind of, you know, we call it luck, but I think we're making our own luck, and it feels very good. Thanks for noticing that.
I've got John Cross and then Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. I note in the report you do cover local government review, and I know a lot of the district councils involved have revisited their community asset transfer policies in light of that. And I just wanted to ask whether we are pursuing any of those asset transfers across the different districts. So in short, basically, are we pursuing any CATs?
Sean? Yeah.
I mean, the short answer is yes, but James.
You'll have to forgive me. I was just texting our chair to let him know that the major donor gift had come up. But I think, John, I caught the question, which was regarding devolution, local government reorganisation and potential asset transfers.
Yes.
Have I understood that correctly? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, I mean, in essence, what we're really doing is trying to talk to all of the current districts and counties where there may be assets which could be perhaps managed in the future by other bodies for the benefit of the public. So we're really open to looking at those things that potentially the National Park could take on. I guess what's critical in that is making sure that anything that we do take on, we can deliver good outcomes for, but also that we can do it on a sustainable financial basis. So that's the thinking currently. And obviously anything of that nature would need to come back to the board. Mm-hmm. But we're seeing warm noises in that effect, but I can't say anything more substantive on anything other than that, I think, at this stage.
I think that's right. It feels like the time is, we're not quite at the time when we would have more serious conversations, but we're having sort of quite open conversations about where we think those opportunities are. And in some cases we have been approached as well. But it's what, as James says, it's very important we don't take on an asset, and then it's going to be a huge drain on our resources, particularly financially. So we're being quite careful about that.
Andrew.
Yes, thanks. I'd like to draw, I'd refer to paragraphs 4.15 and 4.16 with reference to the ongoing partnership management plan and the work that has to be done before it can be fully implemented. Noting the need to set up a delivery partnership, which is referred to, it is something, obviously the membership of that delivery partnership and what they can bring to bear is crucially important. And I have been asked to draw attention to the fact that it appeared that during the creation of the partnership management plan, that although bus companies, train operators and local authority, local transport experts were invited to attend the partnership management plan steering group, there was no noticeable impact from them. And therefore, can we please do all we can to assure that they have their input? Because as I've already referred to in this meeting, we are the access authority, and it is absolutely vital that they are part of the process. Otherwise, we're going to depend upon people driving to the destinations in every instance, rather than have an opportunity of public transport taking the strain.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that that's going to be a really important part, and the county councils and then unitaries are going to be a key element of that. Just on the partnership, delivery partnership, there's a shift from what we were expected to do under the last PMP, because there's new PMP guidance that came out whilst we were drafting, or just before we were drafting our PMP. And previously we've had a partnership which was more of a sort of steering group. The strong guidance now, and one that I really agree with, is that the new partnership group needs to consist of people who are delivery partners. So they're bringing something to bear, and they're going to be filling in the table that we have that says, you know, who's contributing what to our outcomes. So transport's going to be a key element of that, and we know it's one that really, really matters, and one that, you know, we struggle with. You know, for example, at Seven Sisters, where we have fantastic sort of public transport route there, but we know it's massively comes under a lot of strain in the summer. So addressing those issues and how we get people around the park to the right places is going to be key.
Yeah. Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions or comments they want to make on this report? No, I just wanted to highlight just the work that Tim Slaney and Anushka Rawdon have been doing behind the scenes on influencing the devolution bill for the spatial development strategies, and James as well. I mean, that's really, really important work, not just for us, but for all national parks, that we have to be at the table when these plans are being made. It's absolutely bonkers that we wouldn't be. So I think it's really, really important, and they've been getting some good feedback and success. I don't know if you want to mention anything, James, about that, because it's really good.
Yes, well, you're right to highlight Anushka. She's been doing fabulous work with the Heritage Alliance, and working with them, we've been advocating to ensure that national parks are included in the development of spatial development strategies. And this has obviously been really informed by the work that Tim's done previously too. And I'm pleased to say that whilst we didn't get the amendment that we were hoping for, which would have enshrined that in the legal documents, we have had some clear guidance that stipulates it, and a very clear letter from the Secretary of State which suggests that that will be the case. So I think we're in a very good position, and a stronger one than we would have been without that interaction.
So important. Really, really good work. Well done. Okay, everyone, you've got the recommendation in front of you. Can I see a show of hands to note the report? Great. Thank you so much. Okay, item 9, the South Downs National Park Trust update. Are we running a bit too early?
Possibly. I've just got to go and find Dean, but I know where...
Oh, he's there.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Dean. I kept looking for you, and it's like, oh, he's not here. Okay, well, at this point, I'm going to pass over to James, who's going to he's going to put on another hat, which is his South Downs Trust hat.
Dean,
and
you've got
Dean...
a spot here. Yeah, with the...
Yeah, come and get cosy with us. Or friendly, sorry. So we get this as an annual update, don't we? Yes, a lovely annual verbal update. And actually, before Dean speaks, I just want to say thank you, because Dean's coming to the end of his chairship of the Trust, and you've done incredible work there, and we're very, very grateful to you, because our relationship with the Trust is so important. And I also just want to thank your colleagues, Dan Montiaghi and Vance Russell, for their 9 years as trustees. Thank you.
And forgive me if I repeat that at some point. I'm sure I will.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having us along again for our annual presentation. It's nice to see a number of familiar faces and also quite a few new faces. So for those who haven't met me yet, I'm Dean Orgill, Chair of the Trust. In my day job, I am a solicitor. I am a director of a national legal and professional services group, NPA, and within that I oversee local law firm Mayo Wynne Baxter. I've also been involved in a number of other regional organisations, chairing the Brighton and Hove Growth Board, sitting on the Greater Brighton Economic Board, and more recently, which will perhaps become more relevant to the future, I've been appointed as the chair of the Living Coast UNESCO Biosphere. So you won't be quite rid of me.
Really pleased to hear that.
As this will be my final report as chair, and in fact my final act as chair, I trust you'll indulge and forgive the odd personal reflection as I go along. So please bear with me. I'll try not to do too much. And I'd echo also the thanks to my fellow founding trustees, Dan Montagnini and Vance Russell, who were roped in before the Trust was formally in existence. And as we reflect on the journey a little, I think it's worth bearing in mind at that point, we had no structure, no donors, no projects. I'd pay a little tribute, if I may, to the skill and expertise of the chief exec at that time, Trevor Beattie, for the team that he assembled, because he managed to pull together a team of fairly seasoned campaigners who were largely experts in their own particular area, but more importantly, I think shared an enthusiasm for taking this project forward and a real passion for the area and wanting to do what they could do to try and contribute to the objectives that the park has set. So I think it was a skillful combination, and I'm pleased to say that those qualities have continued with the trustees that have come through since then, and in particular with the current crop of trustees. We were fortunate in being able to recruit a number of new trustees recently, and on that round and the preceding round where we have done that, it's been very impressive. I'm sure James will agree on that. The quality and the calibre of the candidates that have put themselves forward, really wanting to be part of this. And I think that's a testament to what has been achieved. That's resulted in us having a committed and diverse board, bringing together all sorts of valuable input and insight from charity CEOs, ecologists, farmers, business leaders. And they bring a wide range of experience and perspectives. I mentioned the origins. It was established in 2018 with a clear purpose to work alongside the authority and channel the strong local goodwill for the South Downs into meaningful financial support. Funds are directed towards projects that help deliver the partnership management plan, enhance the landscape, communities, and the nature of the national park. The slides that will follow will outline how that original vision has developed, the funding we've been able to generate, the partnerships we've built, and most importantly, the impact that is being delivered across the South Downs. I mentioned the trustees, so just by way of update on new trustees, we have pictured above, quite faintly, but pictured above, Eric Lohman, who brings senior leadership and governance experience from an international business career. Jayasri Prasad, a sustainability and governance specialist with extensive global experience advising organisations on ESG, corporate governance and strategic transformation. Julia Hopper brings a significant marketing and fundraising expertise from her roles as Chief Executive and Fundraising Director in the third sector. Nick Pink has over 25 years senior executive experience from leading national sporting bodies and with a strong track record in safeguarding commercial and digital transformation. And Mark Potter, who may be familiar to some of you, communications professional with more than 20 years experience across charities, social enterprises and civil service. Turning to the slightly sort of mundane but critical information and income. In the early days, we spoke about our ambition to grow, and as I mentioned, the team that was recruited was an ambitious team. We wanted to build something meaningful that could support the South Downs National Park in ways that weren't possible before. Year after year, that growth continues, and although it might sometimes sound a little bit of a broken record, the reality is that we continue to build momentum, strengthen partnerships, increase our reach, and establish ourselves as a significant charitable force. We previously indicated we set our sights on becoming the largest charity associated with a national park in the UK. From where we started, that might have seemed like a distant benchmark, but I'm pleased to say we've reached it. What lies ahead, however, represents another step change. As I believe you're aware, thanks to the extraordinary generosity of a major donor, the Trust will see exceptional growth, with income projected to more than double and to take us to beyond £5 million. A remarkable moment for the charity that began as it did. But growth at this scale brings responsibility as well as opportunity. And as we've matured, we've continued to strengthen our governance and financial oversight to ensure we are operating to the highest standards expected of a charity of our size. This will mean increasing our operational investment this year, with a particular focus on our finance and grant-giving capacity. What matters most, however, is that growth enables greater investment in projects, stronger partnerships with the authority, and more support from communities and land managers working to enhance this remarkable landscape. I'll come back to some of those points shortly, but first I'm going to hand over to James, who's going to talk you through some of the key achievements and the work delivered.
Thank you, Dean. So I'm just going to dig in a little bit to some of those numbers. So any organisation thinking about its future sustainability, of course, looks at its income and where its money's coming from. And over the years, you can see we've broadened our income streams from trusts and foundations, major donors, corporates, and lottery. And lottery, you can see at the top there, making a substantial amount of our income now. And it's always worth noting that that's really critical funding, because actually our role in leading those bids often allows us and our partners to secure money that wouldn't necessarily otherwise come to the South Downs. So really critical that we can play that part. What's true, though, is it's all major donor fundraising. And that's been something that we've deliberated on for some time. And at the last strategic session with trustees, actually, we decided that we wanted to sort of double down and embrace that focus and not dilute it by looking at other areas. So that's very much the plan going forward, with the exception, I would say, of legacy, where trustees felt we could definitely be making a bigger difference. We're going to see the greatest transfer of wealth over the coming years, and that was something I was given as homework to work on and will do. What's also important to think about when looking at funding is, of course, the balance between unrestricted and restricted. And for those of you who aren't aware, although I expect all of you will be, restricted is when someone gives you money to do a very specific thing. And that is one of the challenges with what we consider major donor funding, because donors often like to give it to you to do something, and it takes a degree of trust to give it to you to spend on whatever you want. But I'm pleased to say that over the course of time, we have got strengthening relationships and growing trust. And so we are seeing more of that money come to us as unrestricted. And that's a really critical thing for us to keep considering, balancing that restricted and unrestricted income. But it's a bit like gardening or conservation. The work is never done. It's something you've got to keep monitoring and continuing as you go forward. And in a related sense, that's led to us evolving our business model, if you like. And apologies for the slightly eye-watering slide here. Don't feel you have to take it in all at once. We can provide it after. But if I try and simplify it slightly, in blue, you have where our donations power our project shelf. So these are projects that us or partners want to do in delivery of the partnership management plan. In green, you've got some of the grant funds you might have heard of with catchy titles, Trees to the Downs, Beelines, etc. And this provides support for community groups or parishes or farmers who are delivering our outcomes. And in the red, you've got that kind of core cost conundrum. How do we find the money that pays for our staff and the things we need to do? And that's where we've expanded the yellow boxes. So, of course, we've had our traditional donations coming from philanthropists, trusts, foundations, corporates, etc. But more recently, we decided to do two other things. One of those is set up a company, and you'll have seen that in changes to the MOU brought to this board previously. And we're hoping that through future collaborations between the Park Authority and the Trust through that company, we'll be able to generate commercial income, which can give us restricted income. And the other one is the endowment, and that's going to be substantially increased by the major donation we talked about. And we anticipate that by investing that endowment, we'll be able to generate about $1 million over the next 6 years in unrestricted income. And the agreement we have with the donor is that the growth and the interest from the endowment can be used for core costs. So that's an amazing thing that will, in essence, help us ensure that we can start to contribute to the overheads of the charity. And that's a conversation we've had before. As we reach tightening financial times, it's important the Trust can pay its way. So we've got a great deal of confidence we're going to be able to do that over the coming years. So hopefully that's very positive. So just a quick overview of impact before I hand back to Dean. And some of this you'll be aware of because you'll have seen it at previous meetings. But we have obviously these big strategic projects, and this is the lottery funding that I mentioned earlier. I'm pleased to say that Ouse Valley Climate Action is now in its final legacy year. We've got a fantastic report, which you're welcome to review, which shows some of the impacts, outputs and learning, things like 500 trees, 110 training sessions for community groups, 15 kilowatts of solar power. And we're now thinking about how do we embed that learning into our community work going forward. And in order to do that, the Trust has recently underwritten an extension for some of the staff involved in that project so that we can really embed that and think about how we use it moving forward. Downs to the Sea is now in full delivery, and I'm pleased to show this picture, which was taken just a few months ago, and I'm informed by the reserve team that that's the first time they've been able to hold those water levels at that ideal point. And we'll be able to do that through the breeding season, which is obviously really important for some of those red list species birds that we want to see flourish. And then building on those things, we've now set our sights on Big Chalk. So this is a partnership between the Trust, the Authority, and actually we've got funding from Southern Water. And what we're looking to do here is build a really big, ambitious project focused on our key habitat, or our most iconic habitat, the chalk. And that can be for up to 10 million over 8 years. So that's a really big opportunity that we're going to be pursuing over the coming period. Just briefly touching on education, again, this is work you all know about, but just illustrating the funding that comes from the Trust, so supporting the residentials of the kids from London with least access to green space who come to places like Seven Sisters and others, thousands of outdoor learning opportunities for young people, apprentices, and also we did a whole series of grants for school restoration, so making more nature on their school grounds. And also access, lots of restoration supporting the South Downs Way and others, although that's been a little bit less in the past period because we've had some big capital funding from elsewhere to do that, but always a key area of focus for us where it allows. And then just finally touching on some of those grant funds I talked about. So Trees to the Downs surpassed its 100,000 target, so we've now set our sights on $1 million. Pounds for ponds, we want to do 100 ponds. We've done 31 of those today, and we're well on our way to that 100. That will be 15% of the 800 that have declined over the past century. And I feel that's quite chunky. It feels like we're getting there. I'm up for going for 100%, so, let's carry on. Beelines continuing to improve habitat for pollinators. You can see some of the sites there. Those curious tentacles are the corridors identified by bug life as being the best areas for habitat improvement. And you can see we're doing pretty well, but there's more to do. And then big plans for Renature, which we've discussed a little bit today, and powered by that major donor gift that I talked about. And now I'll hand over to Dean for closing remarks.
Thank you, James. Just to look to the future, and many years ago as a youngster, I had a poster on my wall, one of the inspiring ones that says, where you come from is not nearly as important as where you're going. And it's something that has always stuck with me, and I think it holds true for the Trust very much as we look to show that we remain committed to building on the focus, connecting donors with powerful, impactful local projects to make a difference. We're still planning to continue with that partnership. We'll provide dedicated support for the Renature programme, further opportunities for match funding for the Trust, partnering with the authority, other local delivery streams such as farming in protected landscapes, utilising community infrastructure levy, also to partner to produce the Renature credits, exploring opportunities that could be added to the Trust company, including the specific carbon investment aimed at creating new woodland, which our passionate new donor is very keen on. And our hope is that this would become a revolving fund for the woodland creation. As I finish, I think it's important that I'm able to say that I'm very pleased to say that I'll be passing on the chair's baton to our new chair, Joe Carr, who was a founding member of the authority and a very, very early trustee. And as an organic farmer in Jevington, she knows the Trust and the area extremely well. So sad as I am to step down, I'm reassured that the Trust and the park are in exceptionally safe hands with Joe. And I look forward to cheering on from the sidelines as the achievements continue. I would like to say some thank yous in acknowledging the work that's been done by the team throughout the year and previously. The officers, Miriam Swan and Victoria Crespi, who carry out the vital day-to-day work of giving out the grants, keeping the finances in check. These are critical but unglamorous aspects. And talking of critical and decidedly unglamorous, Richard, for his work on the governance to make sure that we are doing that which we should in the way that we can account to properly. Sophie Ritson, who has been with the Trust a long time and whose work in building relationships from which the Trust and ultimately the park benefit is second to none. The trustees generally, those that have worked, all giving up their time. It may be theoretically that we are paid expenses, but I've never known anybody claim any. So these are all very busy people giving up their time because they believe in what they're doing. So thank you to them, particularly to Vance and to Dan, who went through many years. Their expertise as environmentalists and digital data experts has been really helpful. I'm sure James would acknowledge as well. And the final thank you has to be to James, who has seen us all off now from the start. I think he's the continuing thread and also lifeblood of the Trust. So thank you to James for his work, for his support, and thank you as an authority for your trust and your belief in the charity, the support over the years. Many such charities founder quite early or don't grow because they don't have that initial support. That guaranteeing of the initial core costs was very important. I am absolutely sure, and I trust that you will acknowledge, that the return on investment for that has been proven over and over again. And so I thank you for that, and also the continued working and the collaboration together in the partnership management plan. It's always been a collaboration. The Trust has maintained its independence, and the authority has always respected that, and we appreciate that. But we have always very much looked to align, It's been and I'm sure it will continue to be, a great relationship. As I say, I will be looking on from the sidelines, but I'll be one of the loudest cheerers and applauders for the successes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Dean. Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you from the board to you and all the time that you've given. I mean, an amazing sum up of all the work, and the trust is so, so important to the future of the authority and what we can deliver, and that kind of partnership working, and as you said, collaboration is just vital for the future. And I just, I'm really thank you for mentioning Trevor as well, because he really did kind of visualize this and how this has turned out. And I'm actually seeing him in a couple of weeks, so you know, he may be listening in, I don't know, but I will pass on your comments. But that kind of understanding the kind of landscape of what we can do and where we can add powers and where we can work really, really smart to capitalize exactly what the authority can do and deliver is just so, so key. And just having that vision was really, really important. So thank you so much, and obviously thanks to James too. But Sean, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to say all of that, really. And Trevor, if you're listening...
Oh, Dean.
Oh. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. And Trevor, if you're listening, thank you very much for having that vision. I think it's just amazing for me to come in and find how this was set up and seeing how we're building this, and we're starting to see that confidence in what you've established in terms of how people are sort of wanting to put money into this. And for us, who, you know, we really want to maximise what we can deliver, and this is such an important tool in doing that. It's just been fantastic, and the relationship has been brilliant, and the trust has been both, not the trust with a capital T, the trust between the organisations has been both ways, and it's required a really fantastic working relationship. So thank you for getting us to this point, and look forward to continuing our work together as you're in the biosphere, and you know, that would be fantastic. So yeah, and good luck. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Before I open it up to the wider room, Mark Potter, if you want to say something quickly.
I need to declare an interest as a trustee.
Yeah, that's
on the
right.
item.
Thank you.
But I've been outed already. And just I'd like to add just my thanks to Dean. It was really fantastic to spend the time with you recently at the strategy day, really getting under the hood of the work so far and the ambitions for the future. So just thank you to you, and obviously the whole team as well. It's fantastic to be part of that now. Thank you.
And we've also got another member on the board, Steve McCoffey, but he's not here today, so he would, I'm sure, say the same thing too. Okay, so I'm going to open it up. I've got Janet, and then Stephen, and then Paul, and then Vicky.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to say I was one of the first members of the Trust, and what a privilege it was.
You were.
And not only was it a privilege, I believe at the time when Trevor put the idea to us, we were the only national park that had this sort of setup, so all power to us. I thank you for the report today. I'm so glad, I'm not on the Trust any longer, but I'm so glad that we went from strength to strength and getting even stronger. So well done, everybody. James was very helpful to me. He sat me down and told me what I was in for, and it took me a while to catch up with all the things he said I was in for. But hey, it was very worthwhile, and I think well done to everyone, Chairman.
Oh, thank you, Janet. Stephen.
So I'm still thinking about this extraordinarily kind donation, anonymous donation. It's just gone through my mind that if it's to the trust, then it's not a rationale for the government to cut the authority's grant. So there is that plus. And then secondly, it's very hard for me to admit to being pleased when Yorkshire is beaten at anything. But on this rare occasion, I'll admit to it for well done on overtaking the Yorkshire Dales to the #1 spot.
Thanks, Stephen. Paul Bevan.
Thanks. I'm not sure whether this is the place to ask this or whether it's corporate plan, but it's about project management and managing delivery of community projects. And we have spoken in the past about the challenges that town and parish councils and community organisations face when they are awarded, for example, grant funding or community infrastructure levy, to actually spend that effectively and in time because of their lack of capacity of project management, lack of experience of project management. And that they have, if the grant allows, which it ought, they have to use part of their money to employ or commission contractors to do project management. And it seems a real opportunity for maybe the company that the trust now has, or the park itself, but maybe the company to step in at that point, to be for fees from those community organisations to undertake the project management or advise on project management and therefore help to recycle that money. I wondered if that was contemplated.
I'm going to pass it over to James.
You're not the only one to suggest that, Paul, actually. I think that's something we should give serious thought to. I think it will need to be encompassed into the wider thinking about support for community groups. So there's a question as to whether we do it commercially or philanthropically, which I think we need to explore. But as you say, if we were to do it commercially, doing it in a way that recycled the money into other good things would be very sensible. So it's going to be thought about. We just need a few months, I think, to get our head around what that plan might be, most importantly, because it will involve Alison's directorate. So we just need to have that cross-department discussion to come up with the best plan.
Great that you're thinking about that. Sean, did you want to add anything?
I mean, just to reassure that, we've heard that loud and clear, and we've built that into our planning and our budgeting for next year, so we want to make sure we can, whatever the solution is, that we can support that, because it is a real bottleneck, and it means that there's delivery that's not happening, which will contribute to the PMP and our purposes and communities. So it's really important we get that right. So yeah, just to reassure you, we're on it.
That's so good to hear. Oh my God. Where's Robert? See, he's not here. Lara. Oh no, hold on a second. I had Vicky and then Lara.
Yeah, thank you. I particularly found the infographics really inspiring and really informative as well. So for the visual thinkers of us, there's nothing more pleasing than seeing lots of achievements in one kind of graphic like that. I think they really tangibly show how the partnerships are thriving in terms of the direct engagement of communities, which is it's part of that sustainability and the perpetuation of it, isn't it? Which is just so brilliant to help restore nature in the park. So brilliant on that one. Presumably they're online and they're everywhere and they're more widely, distributed for us to further promote and push and advertise the great work that's happening. Thanks.
Yes, we do make use of the infographics, and they work very well with potential donors as well. It instantly gives an idea of what is happening, and we've mentioned the success, and we look at getting ahead of Yorkshire and so on and so forth. That's great, but I think what we're most pleased with most years is we've done stuff. And we can show that we've done stuff. There's no point raising the money if we don't then spend it on something that's going to have an impact. Right. But being able to visually illustrate that impact, and it certainly works for me. I'm proud of what we've raised. I'm more proud of the amount of trees that have gone in the ground and the bee corridors and so on that are actually the product. So yes, we do use them.
Yeah, that's really powerful. Thank you. Lara.
Thank you very much for the report. This is my first opportunity to hear about the work of the Trust, and so it's really fantastic to see the work that you've done, and your trajectory in less than 10 years is absolutely outstanding, particularly in the environment that charities are facing. My question was just, again, about that generous donation. Are there any risks associated with an endowment that size having an impact on your ability to secure further funding from, funders such as the National Lottery? And if so, how will you ameliorate that?
Yeah.
And then my second question was just, obviously, that great graph showing that we've kind of overtaken the other national park trusts. Who are your comparators going to be now? I mean, will you be looking internationally to see who we're going to, who we should be competing with? I'm just curious to see what the ambitions are in that space.
Cool, thank you. James.
I think the donation is going to be restricted, so it's going to be invested, and that's why I use the word endowment. And Vicky is always telling me off for using that word because it has loaded implications. But it's a restricted fund that's invested. Therefore, it's not free reserves in that respect. And so I don't think there's a risk that other donors might look at us and say, why don't you use that? So there's a protection from that respect. But it's a very good question, Laura. In terms of benchmark, I do have a feeling next year you're all going to be in for a bit of a disappointment. But let's see. Who knows? But yeah, we do have to focus on growth. I mean, that is a question we've asked ourselves. And obviously, there's so much to do that we need to keep growing and having our ambitions around that. And we talked previously about, thinking akin to wildlife trusts, which increases the benchmark a bit more than it is currently. And I think that's where we want to go. But we're certainly not putting limits on the growth. There's more to be done.
Great. Thank you, Lara. Good questions. Melanie.
Thanks very much, Vanessa. I'd like to add my congratulations to the whole team, the trustees and the officer team. It's just an incredible story. You might guess with my background, which is education, I'm really interested in sharing learning. And I'm pleased to hear that you've got an OVCA further extension for doing that. I think I see sharing learning as being part of the multiplier effect that the trust can contribute towards the work of the authority as well as our partners. And I'm just interested in your reflections kind of on that. Thank you.
It's a really pertinent question. It's something we've been talking about. And actually, as we go forward, we're looking at whether we can better align some of the impact reporting, actually. Because currently we have a partial mechanism in the trust and for our impact, and then a mechanism within the authority. Would those things be better brought together? Obviously, some independent reporting is necessary, but it would mean they're all in the same place, and therefore you can better ensure you have those learnings. So that's something to think about going forward. I think that obviously having a charity does allow the park as a whole to pilot things in a way that might not be possible otherwise. And if I think about the green finance work, for example, the Park Authority had originally applied for a NERF grant, which wasn't successful, but the trust was then able to support that pilot, which really is the seedling from all of that work that we've delivered. So there's a very tangible example of how that works. So I think, that will continue, that incubation. And just on OVCA, I think that sort of ties into Paul's question, because all of that community learning can go into that pot, and it's quite a big pot, which is why I think we just need a bit of time to make sure whatever comes out is the best possible solution.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a question or comment they'd like to put to James and Dean? No? Okay. Thank you both so much, and thank you again, Dean, and really looking forward to hearing about the work in the Living Coast biosphere. And no, really. And I've reached out to Jo already, and we've been in touch because she lives quite close to me, so I know her. But yeah, that'd be great. Thank you again so much. Great. So we're going to go to item 10. Oh no, actually, what time is it? I think we'll just have can we have like a 10-minute break? 10-minute break, is that right? Yeah, 10-minute break before the next item, because that's going to be quite a long item. So we will be back here at 5:02, if that's all right, everybody. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. We'll get back to the agenda. So, agenda item 10, the local plan, and going to regulation 19 publication. I'm going to invite Amy Tyler-Jones, planning policy lead, Catherine Stewart, planning policy lead, and Claire Tester, head of strategic planning, to give us a report on the local plan. I think I'm doing them next. This is the order.
No,
What? No, this.
Officers. Same as you do for planning committee.
Yes. Yes. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I'll start and then hand over to Claire. So before we go into sort of the detail of the regulation 19 local plan, I'm going to just give you a bit of an overview of how we've got here and critically the kind of engagement and the consultation feedback that has informed the plan to get to this stage. So work on the local plan started quite some years ago, back in 2022, and the actual first sort of engagement that we did on that was in the summer of 2024. And that was around the scope of the new local plan, what issues people wanted to see addressed, and there was kind of a clear steer at that point around wanting to see landscape protection, but also addressing biodiversity loss, and also around water quality. So themes that you'll see throughout the new local plan. We then moved to the first formal consultation, which is called the Regulation 18 consultation, that ran at the beginning of last year, from January to March. And that was on draft policies and draft sites, so a full plan. And to kind of really get engagement on that, we ran a whole series of public consultation events, over 20 events across the park. People had opportunities to comment online or in more traditional formats, and we got a really good response rate. So received just under 4,000 comments from 1,900 individuals and organisations. And just to highlight, in addition to that formal consultation, there's been ongoing engagement with parish councils as both part of that consultation and since, giving them an early heads up on some of the key evidence that's been produced since and some of the sites that are going into the Regulation 19 plan. So officers have been working hard, reviewing all of those feedback to prepare this proposed Regulation 19 local plan. And our response and a sort of summary of all of that feedback is set out in Appendix 1 of the report. But I just wanted to highlight some of those kind of key changes that have been made since the feedback. So first one here is actually around a much more place-based structure to the plan. So each of the settlements that have allocations have their own introduction that refers to some of the key local and community-based plans that also inform planning in those places. We have a new policy that has been introduced since the Regulation 18 consultation, and that's on a provision for older persons accommodation, very much reflecting our demographic and the feedback we got from communities and stakeholders. As you would expect, we had a lot of feedback on those sites that we consulted on last year. So where we can, we've made revisions to those, and particularly strengthening criteria around local concerns, so issues of transport, parking, design, massing, requirements for open space. Those have all been incorporated into the latest versions in terms of the criteria for those. I'm going to pass on to Claire now, who's going to take you through what the Planning Committee considered.
Thank you, Amy. Yes, so obviously this report and all of the documents went to Planning Committee last month. Generally speaking, Planning Committee was happy with the draft plan, with the exception of two sites, which we had a lot of discussion about. These were a site for gypsy and traveller accommodation at Three Cornered Peace in Nywood, and a housing allocation in Cocking. I think it's fair to say that both sites did have significant issues around impacts on the national park, both for landscape and in the case of Cocking for impact on a watercourse. And members took the view, as they're entitled to, that the balance between that impact and the needs for those types of accommodation meant that those two sites should come out of the plan. But otherwise, the plan is broadly, as went to Planning Committee, other than a few amendments, which I'm just going to take you through in summary. So there were obviously some consequential amendments to taking those two sites out in terms of the impact on our supply figures for housing and for gypsies and travellers accommodation. We identified ourselves a gap around accommodation for self-build and custom build, people who want to build their own homes or have a significant input into their own homes. So we've added in a criteria to SDH2, which makes provision for bigger sites, so sites of 50 and above, to come forward with a proportion of self and custom build as part of that development. And we've added some text into the marketing appendix so that developers know what is expected of them in terms of marketing those sites. One of the pieces of information we also had just after Planning Committee was the final viability report. Now, we're required to commission and take account of a report that looks at the viability of all of our policies and our allocations. And essentially that's to give the inspector comfort that what we're proposing is deliverable in the real world. So one of the results of that viability study was around the viability of our brownfield sites. Now, members, certainly of Planning Committee and wider members who've been involved in workshops will know that we've always raised a concern about our ability to get as much policy benefits, if you like, from those sites because of their viability challenges. So where we had, for those sites, for all of the bigger sites, requested 20% biodiversity net gain. On the advice of that viability report, we removed that requirement for brownfield sites, so they would default to the 10% biodiversity net gain required by statute. Another document that we got in quite late was the full habitats regulations assessment. That was largely as we expected, so this is looking at the impact of the plan and the policies on our European sites, of which we have many across the national parks. Again, only tweaks. The biggest one probably relates to the Arun Valley protection area, which relates to Buick swans. And there was a protection around that area of 5 kilometres for foraging area for those swans. That, on the basis of evidence, has now been extended to 6.5 kilometres. The only site that affected was the proposed extension to the big site at Petworth, which now has an additional criteria that they need to survey for swans as part of their background work for that site. There's also a couple of other small minor amendment tweaks, which I've referred to in the policies, which were recommendations from that HRA. The biggest one is around the Meon catchment, which is compensatory measures for impacts on the itching, confusingly, but we then have to treat the Meon as if it's as protected as the itching is. That's my layman's version of it. I'm sure Kate will correct me if I've got that wrong. And then the last one I wanted to pick up, again, was just minor wording tweaks around making sure that we've referred in our policies to those really important protected sites, strategies and species recovery strategies. So going to the plan itself, this is just a broad overview of the contents of the plan. So it starts with vision and objectives, as you would expect, and those have very strong links with the partnership management plan, which was approved a couple of months ago. So we've brought forward through into the local plan the planning principles, the delivery principles of the PMP, and they form our local plan objectives to make sure there's that really strong, tangible link between the two documents. We then have a spatial strategy, which sets out how we expect development to come forward across the national park, and that's what we've termed as a dispersed strategy. We're not looking to put everything in one place or one or two places. We are looking to, yes, concentrate development in the primary settlements and the strategic provisions, but also to make sure that those settlements which have got settlement boundaries, therefore are considered to be sustainable to an extent, do have a level of growth, and that also that we do allow some growth through outside of those settlements as well. It includes development need and provision, which I will come on to in the next slide. It includes 58 strategic policies. Now that compares to, I think, around the 50 odd that we've got in the current local plan. The increase is largely due to us splitting out the policies relating to protected sites, but there are a couple of extra ones in there as well. We now have 77 site allocations. Most of those are housing or include housing, but we've also got some gypsy and traveller sites in there as well, and employment sites, only one of which is only for employment. Then I mentioned before we've got appendices, so not only the marketing requirements, but also the glossary, because planning is quite a technical subject, so we've got a very extensive glossary, we have to, as part of the regulations, set out which policies this new plan would supersede. That is essentially the whole of the existing 2019 local plan. But there's also a couple of neighbourhood plans it will supersede as well. Those are the Petworth allocation south of Petworth, because we are replacing it with our overall slightly larger one. And also a policy in Amberley where there is an existing policy for a village hall which we are incorporating within the allocation site. And then there's the policies map. You've got, as part of the papers for this meeting, you've got the bits of the policies map that we're proposing to change, but the whole policies map will be published as part of the Regulation 19 consultation. So just to go into a little bit more detail on the spatial strategy and the development need and provision. Development needs in a national park are more complicated than outside, shall we say. So in local planning authorities outside, they have to use what's called the standard method. So it's a formula that government sets for working out what housing need is. In a national park, we're allowed to use a locally derived need, and that is the figure that has come out at 323 homes a year for housing. And we've also got a figure for employment, which is nearly 74,000 square metres of employment that would be needed. And this is over the whole plan period, so going up to 2042. I've mentioned before the spatial strategy. That's reflected in the allocations that are before you. And they come out in terms of overall housing provision at 6,735 new homes over that plan period. So that's not just the allocations that are in the plan before you, but that also takes into account sites that have got planning permission and sites that are allocated in made neighbourhood plans. That overall supply figure does provide for that need of 323 homes a year, plus it gives us a headroom of around 10%. That headroom is important because we all know that sites that you put in a plan don't necessarily come forward as expected, and we've experienced that with our existing local plan. So it's really important that we keep some flexibility in our supply so that we're not in future in a position where we're needing to allow speculative development to come forward on site because we don't have sufficient supply. Employment, that is broadly met by our existing commitments. There is potential for more at Shoreham Cement Works, but we've been quite cautious, shall I say, about the timing on Shoreham Cement Works because it is quite a complicated site to deliver. So we are not assuming that that employment will come forward until later in the plan period. Hand back to Amy.
Thank you. Yes, so I'm going to talk through now how the plan is planning for gypsies and travellers accommodation. And first point is that this is informed by the evidence around need. So what's called our Gypsies and Traveller Accommodation Assessment, which was completed in 2024. And that, at that point, identified a need up to 2042 for 62 gypsy and traveller pitches and 11 plots for travelling show persons. Since then, a permission has been implemented, and so that overall number for gypsy and traveller pitches is now 58. So in order to try and meet this need, we've conducted 3 different call for sites over the last couple of years, one of which was joint with East Sussex authorities. We've also targeted local authorities to see if they've got any land they'd put forward for this type of accommodation. To date, 10 sites were identified and put forward to us, and we've done an assessment of those. And that assessment is set out in the Gypsy and Traveller Site Identification Report. And that's then led to which sites we think have potential. So within the existing local plan, there are allocations for Gypsy and Traveller provision that haven't been implemented. So they are being carried forward into the new local plan. So 2 there, 1 at Binstead for 1 Gypsy and Traveller pitch, and also in Lewis, Offen Barnes for 4 Gypsy and Traveller pitches. And then going into the new local plan, we have 2 allocations going forward. As you heard previously, one of the third allocation that was at 3 Corner Piece got removed at Planning Committee, but we now have an allocation as part of the large strategic allocation at Liphook for 14 Gypsy and Traveller pitches, and then a smaller allocation at Cold Waltham for 2 Gypsy and Traveller pitches. So that meets around a third of the identified need. So in addition to this, we then have policy SDHD 10 in the plan, and that will be used to assess unidentified sites that might come forward during the plan period. I'm going to pass on to Kate, talk through the evidence.
Thank you. So, yes, a variety of evidence has been put together to inform the preparation of this local plan. It includes additional evidence and updates to evidence since that evidence suite that was published at Regulation 18. So there's some new evidence out there now. So starting with the regulatory assessments. So we need to do there are 2 assessments we need to do that are based on legislative requirements. They are in Appendix 4 and 5 of your papers. They are quite weighty volumes, as I'm sure you've seen. So the first one is the integrated impact assessment, and that includes sustainability appraisal, strategic environmental assessment, and impact assessments on equalities and health as well. So it's working hard, that assessment, and bringing all of those things together. As explained in the report before you, those assessments didn't identify any significant issues. Some tweaks were suggested, and those were incorporated into the plan that's before you. The second document is the Habitats Regulations Assessment, which looks at making sure that there are habitat sites which have the highest level of protection, as Claire outlined earlier, the European sites, that those are protected. That assessment concluded that there was no adverse effect on the integrity of those sites, so that was excellent. It did make some recommended amendments, and those headlines are what Claire outlined earlier, and we've incorporated those into the plan that's before you as well. So There is some evidence that is also already on the website. We have an evidence section of the website, and we've been uploading documents as they've become available, and so you'll see that there's a variety of new housing need evidence. The land availability assessment's been published, and since Planning Committee, the viability report is available as well. We're also working to finalise some further bits of evidence as well, documents that are in late stages that we're just finessing and working on. So one of those, for example, is the infrastructure business plan, and those will be ready for May publication. I will next pass back over to Amy.
Okay, yes, so May publication, or Reg 19, so you'll hear us referring to that quite a bit, but this is the formal pre-submission stage of the local plan process, and importantly, it's the final opportunity that community stakeholders can comment on the plan before we submit it for independent examination. So all of those comments will go directly to the inspector. At Planning Committee, we set out a plan for this particular consultation, and that was approved. So it will be a 6-week consultation between May and June. And people can comment on any part of the plan or the supporting documents that you've heard about. And as I've said, that those comments will then go directly to the planning inspector. We'll have an opportunity to review them, but it will be the planning inspector who will be considering them and then recommending any further changes to the plan. Something that's kind of different about this particular consultation is that when people are responding, they need to sort of set out their response in terms of whether they consider the plan to be legally compliant or whether it meets soundness checks. So these are like the quality checks that the planning inspector will be using. Legal compliance, that's essentially, have we gone through the correct procedure, followed the rules, the regulations. And then in terms of soundness, there are 4 sort of elements to that. Is the plan positively prepared? So are we doing enough to meet those needs, that development need? And have we worked with neighbours when needed? Is the plan justified? Have we made sensible choices, essentially? Are the decisions based on proportionate evidence? Options, have we taken the best possible option compared to others? And then thirdly, is the plan effective? So will it be delivered? Are proposals in the plan realistic within the plan period? And then finally, is it consistent with national policy? So that's in terms of both for us, national park and compatibility with our national park status, but also that ever-changing picture around NPPF, national policy on planning.
Thank you. So next steps now for the local plan from publication and beyond. So in terms of the work that we'll be doing next, hopefully after members, if you choose to approve the plan today, we'll be getting stuck into design work on the local plan. Next, we'll be pulling together the policies map, getting all of our communications ready to launch that publication in May, as Amy's outlined, for 6 weeks. In terms of what happens next following that publication period when it closes in June, we'll be reviewing and packaging up all of those representations that have come in, considering any further information and evidence that might be available at that time. Officers will be considering whether there are any modifications that we might want to suggest to the inspector up front, and we'll be discussing those with members at a workshop later this year. But you'll note that we've proposed a recommendation there, recommendation 4, as part of these papers, that members provide that delegated authority to the Director of Placemaking in consultation with the chairs of Planning Committee and the National Park Authority to submit those modifications with the plan in November. And that November time is a critical deadline for us. It's really important that we meet that in order to make sure the plan is considered under the current plan-making framework. Once we submit in November, it's then over to the planning inspector, but we are looking to adopt the plan during sort of 2027-28, that kind of time period. So up next are the recommendations. I don't know if the chair wants me to read those out. They're quite lengthy, or they can just go on the screen. It's up to you.
I think if we have them on the screen, we've got them in our packs, and everyone reads all their packs, so I think we'll be fine. But thank you all so much, because there's a lot of information there. And all of us have been involved, the whole board, not just the planning committee, have been involved in workshops throughout the past several years, and all those trips to various parish councils, one of them involving my car breaking down and Claire saving me. That was such a long time ago. It's been a long process, this. So we have some public speakers here to come and talk about the plan, and I'm going to invite them up one by one in turn, and they have 3 minutes to speak. Could we get the lights back on, please? Thank you so much. So if we could go to our public speakers, that would be great. So in order, I've got Jacob Goodenough from Nova Planning. Yeah, hi, Jacob. Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to address the recent decision by Planning Committee to remove the allocation SDA 41 at Cocking from the draft local plan. I want to begin by recognising the considerable work undertaken by officers in preparing this plan. The plan describes a structured and careful process through which around 800 sites were assessed and reduced to 77 allocations, drawing on the authority's experience in landscape, ecology, transport and planning. That evidence-led process identified those sites as suitable, available and deliverable. That is a robust and deliberate methodology that it deserves recognition. It is therefore notable that only one of the residential sites, Cocking, was removed by members, largely in response to concerns raised at the meeting about the site's proximity to ancient woodland and Costas Brook, a chalk stream. Those are important environmental considerations, yes, but they are not unique to Cocking. Comparable relationships exist across a significant number of other allocations across the breadth of the park, including sites in Kemah, Cooksbridge, Petersfield, Selborne, Strood and Cheriton, to name just a few. In all cases, including at Cocking, officers concluded that those relationships could be appropriately managed through design, mitigation and planning controls. Indeed, emerging policy SDC 3 on regenerative development recognises a key principle, which is that through development, opportunities exist to improve habitats and the relationships between settlements and sensitive landscapes. It is also important to consider Cocking in the context of the spatial strategy for the national park, which seeks a medium level of dispersed growth across its settlements. Cocking is not an isolated hamlet. It is a substantial rural village of around 200 homes, located in one of the more connected parts of the park, with regular bus services linking Chichester and Midhurst. In that context, it represents a logical and sustainable location for very modest growth. Members indicated that by removing the allocation at Cocking, they would make the plan more defensible at examination. However, by removing a single site that officers had already assessed as suitable, available and deliverable, the authority risks introducing inconsistency into what is otherwise a carefully evidenced and site selection process. That inconsistency raises a legitimate question for examination. If the evidence base identified sites through a consistent methodology, why has one site been treated differently? That decision risks undermining confidence in the very methodology that the plan relies on to demonstrate that it is sound. This is especially important when the park is pursuing a bespoke housing need approach that is yet to be tested through examination. The strength of the evidence in identifying deliverable sites will therefore be critical. For those reasons, I would respectfully urge the authority to reconsider the Planning Committee's decision to allow the Cocking allocation to remain within the draft plan.
Thank you. You're out of time now, but thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming into the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to invite Andy Tate, representing Upperfield Road Association in Esbourne, to speak.
I'm speaking on behalf of around 200 residents from 4 communities in Esbourne who oppose the proposed site land west of Budgener Lodge, designated in the local plan as CH206. I'd like to preface my comments by acknowledging the scale of the task for the authority in updating the local plan and no doubt the best intentions of its officers. However, I invite this committee to consider 3 key observations relating to this site which challenge the soundness of process and decision-making by the authority. First, when considering sites identified by the LAA as having potential, we observe an approach by officers which appears target-driven and favours protecting the numbers. When faced with significant site constraints and strong community opposition, their focus is to mitigate via policy requirements instead of stepping back, reassessing the LAA outcome and judging the suitability of each site on its merits. Second, sites such as CH206, which exhibit both significant constraints and strong community opposition, have not been promoted for discussion in authority governance forums, as evidenced by the papers, presentations and recordings of committee meetings. This gives the mistaken impression that such allocations are not contentious, which denies debate and impairs quality decision-making. Third, when considering Regulation 18 consultation feedback, inappropriate weight appears to have been given to landowner requests at the expense of community feedback. We have provided to the authority a body of evidence to support each of these observations in relation to CH206. Time permits only a brief summary. The site is currently outside the parish settlement boundary on the prime arable land of a third-generation tenant farmer, situated in high sensitivity landscape within the setting of a centuries-old listed building, highly visible from the surrounding PROW network, within the dark sky's intrinsic zone of darkness and with problematic access. Opposed by the local community, the parish council, our local district councillor and our MP. It is difficult to justify how it continues to meet the high bar of having potential. And yet, the authority's response has been to increase the density of the site at the request of the landowner's agent and without justification, and layer in a total of 17 policy requirements, the most of any medium-sized site in the plan, whilst appearing to soften its policy, again without justification, on the future development of neighbouring fields, twice rejected as unsuitable by the LAA. I invite members of this committee to challenge the degree of rigour and balance in assessing our evidence and urge a review of the decision to allocate CH206, failing which we intend to press our case with the Planning Inspectorate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to ask Councillor Francis Hobbs to come and speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to the committee. Yes, I'm the District Councillor for Esbourne. I declare that I live relatively close to, but I'm not directly affected by CH206, which I'm talking about today. I'd like to acknowledge the wider pressures that you have on finding the right housing situations within the park. But as a matter of principle, I wish to raise again that I feel that building on high-quality, productive, arable land is not something that we should be doing in the park unless it's absolutely necessary. However, I'm conscious that in the event that you determine that this site should remain within the plan, there are 2 particular aspects which I hope you can put into whatever documentation or policies that you want to follow thereafter. The first is that there should be no pre-planned or pre-prepared expansion. Basically, this should be a standalone solution, not a Trojan horse, which will allow future development beyond the area that you have outlined. And secondly, and most importantly, and more importantly from my perspective, is that the layout, as shown in the plan at the moment, potentially makes the remainder of the field concerned unusable with modern farming machinery. And therefore, I would ask specifically that in the event you do take part of this site, that whatever is left should be available for use as prime arable land without being completely and utterly useless in the future. Thank you very much indeed. I know you'll consider all the matters, and ultimately it comes down to the judgment of you, the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, before I was going to go to John Hyland as Deputy of the Planning Committee. But before I go to that, I just listening to our public speakers and reflecting on everything that the officers were talking about earlier, and just sometimes I always like to kind of just go back to like the context of everything that we're doing here. I just want to ask Claire or any of the officers really just to kind of remind us about the housing need and numbers, because you know we have a special kind of formulation that we can go to. I'm really sorry, I can't remember the actual technical. Yeah, could you just explain to me, if we weren't in a national park, what is the standard housing allocation that we would be asked to deliver, and then how have we got that down to 323? Because I think that's really, really important. Thanks, Claire.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. So the government's formula for housing need is worked out on local authority, so council areas. So if we were to apply that formula to the national park, it has to be apportioned between us and the authorities that overlap with us. So we do have a study that does that, known as the ACOM report, and that comes out with a number for the national park of 1,048 homes per year. So roughly treble what we're currently looking at. We did a lot of liaison work with other national parks to look at how we could interpret government saying that national parks could do things differently. And that work came up with a set of principles, which we then used with our consultants to look at the specific demographics of the national park, how it had grown over the past, and what its population was likely to be in the future. And that kind of demographic analysis is what results in that 323 figure. And that still allows us to grow. It allows us to keep and improve on the proportion of economically active population. So those of us of an age where we should be working. And it allows us to support new job growth as well in the region of 2,000 jobs. So that figure, we think, is appropriate in terms of housing need for the national park, but we will be challenged on it, and we will have to make our case at examination as to why we're not using that higher figure.
Yeah, that's a big reduction from, you said 1,000 and like triple that number.
1,048.
1,048, yeah. I mean, that's really lands, doesn't it? Okay, so I'm going to go to John Hyland. John, could you just give us a summary of everything that the Planning Committee discussed when it came to that, please? Thank you. Like, no pressure, but, you know.
How long have you got? Just specifically to our guest speakers, I think all I can really say to those is we've noted your comments. And at this stage, I can't go into the detail because I don't know the specifics, but we've noted your comments. Now, the planning team have worked extremely hard on producing the document that's in front of you. They're sitting by my side and behind me, actually, so I've got to be quite careful. The local plan seeks to deliver quality development in the right place, and I think the critical thing is in the right place. That's actually very important to understand. The plan establishes certainty to those that live in the park. That's also very important as well. It delivers on the duty, or our duty, and reinforces the purposes to conserve and enhance the landscape. So these are critical things that the document does that we need to think about as we're going through it. So I can say that the Planning Committee has really scrutinised this document. We've had meetings, workshops, etc., and have been through it. And as you can see, we've made some changes, and we may or may not need to consider further changes. So what I'd urge you is really to support the recommendation as it stands. Thank you, Chair.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, John. I just want to say that all members were involved in workshops and events all the way through the process of creating this document. What I want to do now is open up for questions and comments from members not on the planning committee, because planning committee have had plenty of time and space to discuss this and say everything that they wanted to say. So I would like to see members from P&R committee add to this discussion now. Thank you. Does anyone like to? So I'll start with Melanie and then Stephen. Thank you. And then Mark.
Thank you, Vanessa. This is just an initial question for clarity, really, and then I reserve the right to come back with further questions later on. The first one is around paragraph 1.2 in the report, and it talks about the new regulations that have been published in early March, which include the removal of the legal duty to cooperate. That surprised me, and I just wondered if is that as it's written? And if that is the case, what impact could that have on delivery of our plan?
Great. Thank you, Melanie. I'll go to Claire for that, please.
Thank you. Yes, so currently the legal duty to cooperate is as it says, it's a legal duty to liaise with our adjacent neighbours over things like unmet need and who's going to pick up the slack, shall we say. That requirement hasn't disappeared. What it's done is it's moved in the examination process. So rather than being a legal test that we have to pass or fail right at the beginning of the examination and we can't rectify at the examination, it's now moved into the main body of the examination so that the inspector will look at yes, whether we've cooperated with our neighbours, but also what the outcomes of that are and whether we should have increased our housing figure, decreased it or whatever. So it's much more, if you like, outcomes-based now rather than just a procedural, have you been talking to each other?
Great, thank you. Did you want to come back, Melanie?
Sorry, yes. So could I just ask about the duty to cooperate in the other direction, i.e. others cooperating with our plan? Does that make sense?
Yes, so because we've got this interesting situation where we have two potential housing need figures, we took a risk-based approach and we did contact all of our neighbours, in fact going out quite widely to 24 different authorities and said, look, you know, if the inspector says our figure is 1,048 rather than 323, we can't deliver that within the national park and still stay true to our statutory purposes and duty. So can you help? So those letters went out in November and we've had responses, not from everybody, but from some, and none of those so far have offered to help. Unsurprising because, you know, in this particular area, a lot of authorities have got a very big figure and are struggling to meet it themselves. So we have to go through that process as part of the examination and showing that we've explored every avenue to meet needs generally across the piece. So I will be bringing a report to Planning Committee in May, which sets out the detail of that, but that is something that we will be examined against.
Thank you. Thank you. So I've got Stephen, Mark, and then Robson. Stephen.
It's about Gypsy and Traveller pitch need and supply. So maybe we could get that slide back up, if that's okay. So if I've understood the numbers correctly, because of a recent permission, we have assessed the need for the plan period as being 58 pitches for Gypsies and Travellers, and we are proposing to allocate 21, if I've got the numbers right. In other words, we are not proposing to meet the assessed need. Does that mean that every time there's an application on an unallocated site, the applicants will be able to say, you can't meet the need, therefore the balance tips? And if that is the case, perhaps officers and members ought to think again if we're not proposing to meet the need.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm going to pass that to...
Yeah, just to confirm the numbers are right, yes. So although it says 62 on the slide, we've, since the accommodation assessment was done, 4 pitches have been delivered at Gretham, so that number is now 58. We are potentially proposing, well, just over a third of that in terms of provision. That has been despite multiple calls for sites and a lot of work with neighbours, particularly in East Sussex, really turning over every stone to try and find sites for this type of accommodation. You are correct that if we do then get in planning applications for new sites that are not allocated, then we are in the territory of needing to justify why we're not allowing those sites to come forward because of that unmet need. We are still in a national park, so landscape in particular and other national park relevant factors will be given a lot of weight in that decision, but it still puts us in a more vulnerable position than if we'd actually been meeting our need.
Thank you, Claire. I'm going to go, so is that okay, Stephen? I'm going to go, I've got Mark, Robson, then John, Antonia, Jerry. So, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of initial comments, just to say a huge thank you to the team for all the work that you've done on the plan. It's really impressive, and you can see how much time, energy and effort has been expended on it. And also to those of us that are members that are not on the planning committee, thank you for the engagement through workshops, really, really excellent and informative, and attending the committee's away day as well, so thank you from me. And welcoming the target, the housing target, so thank you for making sure we can get as many homes in the park as we possibly can whilst protecting the landscape. Just 2 points or 2 questions from me, really. From the plan, obviously, we're in the middle of a housing crisis, particularly for young people and first-time buyers. What do you think the message to young people is of the plan? So that's my first question. So kind of a broader message. What's the message we're sending out to young people and first-time buyers, particularly people that have been raised in the park that might want to stay? And it's also my understanding that from the number of approvals that we award, obviously not all of those get built. And that obviously is quite frustrating, of putting the work into approved sites that then don't get developed. What can we do as an authority to support that? Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mark. Claire.
I will start and then hand over to Amy. So provision of affordable housing is really, really key for us. It's something that's emphasised in the circular for national parks that we should be prioritising. And the plan does try to do that to the extent that we're able to show is deliverable. And that comes back to your second point, if you like. There is no point having affordable housing targets that we know are never going to be delivered. We need to have something in the plan which is pragmatic, which is deliverable, which is viable, but pushes the boundaries in terms of what our delivery will be on the key issue of housing that is affordable, not just for young people, actually for the majority of people, because the house prices in this area are so high. We have been, as well as the work that we've been doing on the plan, we have been looking at delivery through a working group, and that's the point I'm going to hand over to Amy on.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, just before I talk about the delivery side, also to, I guess, highlight how we have particular policy and focus on delivering smaller homes. But yes, in terms of delivery, I guess it's what happens outside of the actual plan document itself. But we've been aware, and it's not unique to us, but certainly in rural areas, the delivery of affordable homes is such a big challenge. So we've had a working group set up which has brought in some of those actual delivery partners, so the housing associations or the registered providers and those that really specialise in rural areas, and hearing directly from them what works and what doesn't work for them. Really useful then for our development management officers when they're having those negotiations to understand what they won't be able to take on in future. But also actually unpicking some of the, maybe some of the behind the scenes stuff when they're saying, oh no, we won't take it, but actually there are opportunities for housing providers to take on sites if they're brought in early enough in the process. So we're setting up a kind of matchmaking process to bring those, ultimately the people who will be managing the affordable homes for those families, young people, so they can get involved in those sites early on. We do also, as a last resort, collect financial contributions in lieu, so we're looking at where we could use that actually then to sort of maybe support other sites across the park.
Great. That's such a good question, because so important. If we're trying to make a thriving place, as in our PMP, one of our objectives in the PMP, homes for people, and actually for people to downsize into as well and stay in their communities, it's so important. Thank you. That was a great question. I'm going to go to Robson and then John Cross. Robson.
Thank you. I just had a question on, I believe, Claire, you said it, that it was suggested that 20% B&G on brownfield sites was not viable. Is that from an enforceable perspective, or because I've been speaking as an ecologist, I think 20% net gain on a brownfield site as a concept isn't ridiculously difficult, so just be good to get some clarification on that.
Yes, so I mean, this is particularly on the larger sites, so sites like Shoreham Cement Works, like the Phoenix site at Lewis, which have got multiple viability issues, frankly. So it's not that it's the biodiversity net gain itself that tips them over. They are already very challenging in terms of deliverability. So what the planning policy guidance says to us, in fact the NPPF at the moment says you should not go beyond 10% unless you can demonstrate that it's viable. And we just can't on those sites which are already struggling.
Thank you. I'm going to go to John.
Stephen picked up on the point I wanted to raise, which was about the Gypsy Traveller sites. And I just want to, first of all, clarify that number 21. Does that include the Showman sites? So are we talking 33, including the Showman sites? And I have, rather like Stephen, reservations about not meeting our unmet need here, because these applications are often the most contentious in communities. They take up a lot of officers' time, and they take up a lot of expense, because often they go to appeal. And I just feel, are we delegating this responsibility to the inspector's decision by not allocating sites? And I'm concerned about this, because I think ultimately most of these unmet needs will go down that route.
Thank you, John. Claire.
Yes, so just clarity on the Showman's pitches, plots, even. We've got a need for 11 of those, and we're not providing any. We haven't been able to find any plots for those going forward. And, you know, it is not for want of trying. So it is something that we did try very hard to do, because, it's a very vulnerable population that we wanted to provide for positively. And, as you say, there are risks if we don't. I think the other thing to say is that the policy SDH10, getting my head around the new numbering system, which is our sort of thematic policy that we would use to actually determine planning applications for Gypsy and Traveller and Travelling Showman sites, is quite facilitative compared to the current policy. It does allow those sites to come forward on an application basis, and where they are acceptable sites, then we would be encouraging members to actually approve those sites at planning application stage, so that you do retain control and it doesn't end up at appeal and in the hands of an inspector, because it's always better to have those decisions made locally where we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Tim, you wanted to come in here.
It's just very quickly, really, to make the point that Claire's already alluded to, but we have really tried very hard with neighbouring authorities who own land within authorities that own land within the national park, other landowners. We've approached many times folk who we think might be interested, and the sites are just not coming forward. So forgive me, rather than it appearing as sort of abdicating responsibility, and I don't mean to quote the words back, it's the hard reality of the position we're in. It's not that unusual, and the strength is that the policy that Claire has just referred to, it is facilitative, rightly so, but is also read in the context of the whole local plan, and that's the point I was going to make more broadly, is that each and every one of these policies are important, but they're read in the context of the development plan as a whole. Mm-hmm. And just because it might meet the facilitative policy of a gypsy and traveller policy, it would still need to make the policies you've got around landscape, around quality, around impact on amenity, dark night skies and all the rest of it. Mm-hmm. So there's still, if you like, quite a high bar for any development, notwithstanding that the allocation isn't there.
Mm-hmm. Great, that's really useful, Tim. Thank you so much. John, did you want to come back?
Just briefly, given that this local plan is gathering weight as it goes through the process, does that mean those applications that are out of appeal are going to more likely be allowed by the inspectorate because we haven't got a met need?
Mm.
Yes, so the need situation, if you like, is being applied now. So when a local authority, ourselves or one of our host authorities, determines one of these applications, they have to take into account the accommodation assessment and the situation with regards to supply now. And the inspector dealing with any appeal will do the same. So, you know, we've already encountered that in recent decisions where inspectors have weighed up the unmet need against the impact of the sites. And sometimes they come down in favour of those sites being kept for accommodation, and sometimes they don't. It's very much a matter of judgment.
Great. Thank you so much. I've got Jerry next. Well, I'm going to just do everyone that's on P&R first and then open it up to planning, if that's all right.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. First of all, as a member of P&R rather than planning, I would just reassure our public speakers that certainly all of those sites were considered in some detail, and I recognise the particular ones that were being referred to earlier. So I think it would be astonishing if every single site went with the recommendation of the officers. That would almost suggest that we weren't scrutinising properly. So I think it's quite right and proper that we've ended up where we are. Compared to the Reg 18 plan that we saw through, I'm very pleased that we have done that work on the target figures, and I think that is certainly going to lead to some very interesting discussions with partner authorities. But it's quite right and proper that those figures are on the table. And as you rightly say, every partner authority is under its own pressure, and it will be quite hard work, I think, to see through the coming year to 18 months as the inspector looks at this plan at the end of the year and balances it with the requirements of our partners. On the positive side, thank you very much indeed for the flexibility that's gone in there on exception sites. I'm really pleased to see that. And also really encouraged by the pieces on regenerative tourism in there as well. So I think there's an awful lot to commend in this Reg 19 draft. And I too would like to thank the team for their incredible work on this. I think what we've got now and what will go out to consultation is fully supportable by this board. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jerry. Okay, does anybody else from P&R have anything they would like to add or question? No. Okay. So any members of the planning committee? I know, Antonio, you had your hand up that you wanted to...
Yes, I just wanted to back up what John said for the benefit of people who are not on the planning committee. So in relation to the Cocking site, we did look at this extremely carefully at planning committee, as John said. We were given a lot of evidence about the impact on ancient woodland and chalk streams. the chalk stream there. I think people would want to know that the fact that we, at the Planning Committee, knocked out that site doesn't create a huge problem of consistency with the rest of the plan, in my view. We were presented with a lot of evidence that it would not be possible to manage satisfactorily and without risk the impact on the ancient woodland and the chalk stream. And we felt that as a result, we had to take this allocation out. And the representative of the developer, the first public speaker, has essentially threatened that our whole plan and its methodology might be undermined by the Planning Committee rejecting this particular site. But I think if anyone here had seen the evidence that was presented to the Planning Committee, they would not agree with that, and they would feel that it was right to remove that allocation.
Thank you, Antonia. I've got Andrew, and then Paul, and then Alan.
I think, obviously this is should be a strategic discussion, but it is right that we address the issues that public speakers have made the effort to come and speak about today. And we've begun to do that in what Jerry said and also what Antonia said. But of course, what the first speaker did say is that that it was because of the impact on Costa's Brook and also as woodland was the reason why this was withdrawn. In fact, it wasn't the main reason. The main reason was perceived to be the landscape impact, which of course is the impact. And the minutes of the meeting should show that, although we don't have that in front of us. But whilst they've effectively got the chair, can I reiterate what Tim Slaney told us about the fact that we've gone back to the local authorities to ask them if they have sites which are available for Gypsy Traveller and Travelling Showman. The Planning Committee indeed asked for that to be done. They reiterated the need because they were surprised that nothing came forward. And indeed, nothing appeared to come forward along the lines of, we've looked very hard. It was almost as if it hadn't been taken into sufficient account. And the one thing that is clear whenever one starts talking about the need for sites is that there should be sufficient account. But, and I don't know, there's been no address of the issue of the Esbourne site, which the public speakers raised, two public speakers raised. And I'm wondering, whilst many of us are aware of that site because we have been to the workshops, possibly not everybody is, so maybe there is the need to show a map to show people why it was that this site has been allocated and give the authority members the opportunity to evaluate it properly so that we are seen to be looking at what the public have raised and make our decisions accordingly.
Thank you, Andrew. That's very helpful. I don't know, Claire, if you wanted to come in and discuss this site.
Yes, so yeah, thank you, Andrew, because I did want to pick up a couple of points that were raised by public speakers earlier. So I think one was perhaps a little bit of confusion around the colour coding on this map. So the site is both areas, brown and green, shall we say. So it includes that whole square of the site. The brown area is where we're anticipating built development would be for the homes on the site. The green area is where we're anticipating B&G, open space, but related to that development. So not agricultural. Mm-hmm. It would be green space related to that development. Looking at Jodie behind me for confirmation on that. I think the other criticism or comment that was raised was that we'd sought to address residents' concerns through additional criteria. That's what we're required to do. So when Amy referred earlier to the tests of soundness for a local plan, the first one of those is positively prepared. And that means that we should be looking at every site in respect of okay, we've got the needs for the types of accommodation. What are the ways that we could bring that site forward? What is the criteria that we could add to that policy which would address the issues that have been brought to our attention? So that is what we've attempted to do, not just on this site, but on all of those sites that we looked at through the land availability assessment. We went through an internal, very challenging conversation before it even got to the member workshops of, you know, yes, this site has issues. They all have issues. Bluntly, we're in a national park. But can we actually add criteria to policies that would address those issues and make development acceptable? In our view, this has been achievable on this site, and an appropriate development could come forward if it was compliant with those policy criteria. I think the other query I just wanted to raise, and Antonia mentioned it from the first speaker, around our consistency of our evidence base. Really important to remember that the land availability assessment does not allocate sites. That is a decision that members make when they decide what goes into the local plan, and it is wholly appropriate for members to use their judgment in terms of the weight to be given to impacts on landscape and ecology. That is, you know, one of your functions. So it isn't an issue that we have a site in the land availability assessment which comes out on one side of that balance, and you've taken a different view.
Great. Thank you, Claire. That's really helpful. I've got Paul and then Alan.
Thank you. I welcome the reference in paragraph 9.3 to a members' workshop in the autumn. It doesn't form part of the recommendations, but I'm glad to see there's an opportunity for us to take stock before the chair and of the planning committee and the chair of the authority approve the final submission to the inspectorate. I want to ask about SDH2 changes that were mentioned. I'm keen to understand how this has changed since, whether it's changed since the planning committee and how it's been changed. It seems an issue that could impact on viability, something we've been speaking about in this discussion, the viability of development sites, if we're requiring 10% of the units to be reserved for as service plots for custom and self-build. So I'm intrigued by that, thanks.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Claire. Automatically.
Yeah, thank you. So just for clarity, yes, this was something that was added after planning committee. It's a new clause in SDH2, which is for the mix of homes. And it essentially says that, firstly, it gives an expression of support for any proposal for self-build and custom build proposals that come forward in any form, really. That's an identified demand that we support. But then specifically says that residential developments of 50 or more dwellings must provide 10% as fully serviced plots and market them to eligible self-builders and custom builders for 12 months. If no interest is demonstrated after this period, the plots may then revert to general market or affordable housing, and the marketing requirements are set out in the appendix. That last bit's really important, and it touches on what you've said on viability, and this was something that we talked to our viability consultant about. His view, which seems reasonable, is provided we're not expecting developers to market those plots at less than their market value, i.e. what they would have got as non-self-build plots, then it doesn't affect the viability at all. So that's the advice we've received, and you know, we felt that to be fully NPPF compliant, we needed to have that provision in there. We've got quite a high self-build need. We've got around 40 on our self-build register at the moment, 40 a year. So that does need meeting in some way.
Can I sort of just follow up on that? Is that because these just haven't been coming forward, or is it? It's just been the policy just hasn't been working, so we've made these changes to try and unlock that. Basic question, sorry.
No, it's an interesting question because we did have allocations, particularly in the Petersfield neighbourhood plan, for self-build plots, which have not come forward. In fact, Planning Committee agreed an alternative version for that site because they couldn't find enough people who wanted self-build plots. So on the one hand, we've got a register of people who desperately want to build their own home. And on the other hand, when they're given opportunities, they don't seem to be taking them up. Part of the opportunity that this policy gives us is through the additional wording that's given on that marketing appendix, which really pushes the developer to explore all avenues in terms of contacting those people on that register, including through ourselves, because obviously we hold those contact details.
Okay, thank you. Paul, you wanted to come back?
Please. I'm just concerned about the loading significant developments that we're trying to make happen with yet more requirements on top of affordable housing, BNG, other community infrastructure. You've spoken at length about, well, not at length, but in the past at length, about places like the Lewis North Street Quarter and such like. We're going to, in that sort of situation, suggest that 10% of 600 dwellings would be reserved for a year, taken out of the development and reserved for the possibility of self-build or custom build. It seems to even jeopardize the integrity and the design quality of a development, to me, to simply throw this in. It concerns me that it's been thrown in, as it were, squeezed in at the last moment without a proper discussion at Planning Committee.
Do you want to come back at that, Claire?
Yeah, I mean, I take your point, and I think it would be quite challenging on North Street Quarter. So let's hope they get their permission through under the current plan. Slightly flippant remark, sorry. I think it's a lot easier on sites like Liphook, for instance, where you've got individual or sort of more standard dwellings to identify part of that site to come forward for self-build. There is the ability then to have controls over designs, parameters around design to make sure that they are in keeping with the rest of the development. So I think, again, coming back to Tim's earlier point about how you have to read a plan as a whole, if there are sites where this just isn't practical because of the typology of the development or for other reasons, then you always have, or Planning Committee always has the ability to say, actually, yes, that's the policy, but these are material considerations which mean that we should not apply it in this instance.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Claire. I've got Alan and then Robson.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on the last one. I'm just going back very briefly.
Oh, could you turn your microphone on, Alan? Although you speak so loud. I mean, I didn't have a problem.
No, I thought I had turned it on. I
Minutes,
attempted to turn it on, but something else obviously hadn't been switched off in time. But yeah, I'm just going back briefly to Cocking rather than pursuing anything on what Paul Bevan was just saying. Yeah, I totally accept the point that's already been made that this at the full authority meeting is not the ideal point at which to be talking about the merits and demerits of individual sites. But I do just want to emphasise the point because there was a serious and proper discussion of that Cocking site at the planning authority. And although I entirely agree with what Antonia Cox has said about the detailed points of consideration, about details of the proposal there, the ecological issues, there was also one of those stand back and look at it in the light of what is the national park for in terms of the South Downs landscape on that site, as well as those other points which Antonia Cox mentioned. Andrew Jackson's already hinted at this in what he said, but the landscape impact of that site, which was a really prominent site, right in the foreground of a view. It's not the border of the national parks. Of course, the national park in this part of West Sussex extends right across the Weald as well. But it's a really prominent site right in front of the actual South Downs, which are viewed across that site. And the committee, as well as those important ecological and other points, was really impressed by the point that this goes to what we're actually here for as a national park and the defence of that landscape, which caused the area to be designated national park in the first place. And any feeling that this was, the committee taking an eccentric line in the face of the officers saying, well, you're going seriously wrong if you do that, is a complete misunderstanding of what took place. This was a principled decision that, important though the provision of housing in the area is, it just would be wrong to be developing such a prominent and important site as that one. And I hope other members not on the planning committee will accept that this was a heartfelt discussion, and we weren't at all being told by the officers, oh, you're going completely wrong if you do that. That was not the scenario at all.
Thank you, Alan, and I'm going to take this opportunity to thank all the planning committee and Heather and Stephen, who's not here, and anyone else if I've forgotten, I'm so sorry. But, the amount of work that you guys as a team have put into scrutinising the local plan and working with the officers, thank you so much, because it is a lot of work. I'm going to go to Robson. Thank you.
Hi, just going back to Paul's point, and this is from someone that's not from a planning background, so I may have completely got the wrong end of the stick here. Does creating a provision for more custom, self-built homes, could you argue that that in turn sort of pre-gentrifies the area and would increase the average house price? Therefore, even if we've got affordable homes, we're still pricing people out, if that makes sense? Like, does creating more custom homes not in turn defeat having an affordable homes policy to an extent? I'm not sure if I've worded that in the best way, but...
Such an interesting question, because
Yeah.
when I think like those custom builds, I'm thinking grand design.
Yeah,
For you. Is that what you're
I'm thinking like people that, because in my mind, people that would want to do a custom build would be going for slightly more of a higher end property. But again, I'd preface that with, I don't come from a planning background. I may have completely, but just to clarify, it'd be good to get reassurance on that.
Yeah, no, that's so interesting whether it is that. Tim, do you...
Try and be dispassionate here. It is a very good question, because there's an element of custom and self-build that is perceived, as you're right, as sort of grand designs. There's also a significant element that's beginning to come forward more and more, particularly with modern construction methods, which is enabling people who wouldn't normally have a chance to have a home to actually have one. And that's why, in part, we think this is a policy worth trying. I would reiterate what Claire has said. If the circumstances of the particular site don't allow it, fine, and that will be put before the decision makers. But more generally, it is a way of providing a different sort of housing, and it's not just the grand designs that you think about. It's often local people, self-building. Members will recall the very last site visit we did to a sort of woodsman's cottage, if I can call it like that, where there was a proposal to build a very low-key property on a, I'm going to call it scrappy bit of land. I don't mean that disrespectfully to the people who are there and doing a fantastic, amazing job in making a living half from the land. And this sort of policy will help that.
So actually you could argue that it does support the idea of creating more affordable homes then?
Absolutely, yes.
Great, really good question. Does anybody else have any questions or comments they'd like to add on this? No, thank you. Well, firstly, I've got to thank the planning team. Huge job from Claire, Kate, Amy, Jodie, Tim, Lewis, everybody. It's been a massive piece of work. And I think the way that you've kept us informed all the way through, coming back with workshops, and as Paul pointed out, you're going to come back and see us in May, and then in November. Really important to keep keep us in contact with this as it goes along. But I just want to say thank you so much to all of you for the work that you put in, and I'm really looking forward to reading it. And I'm so excited about regenerative design, Kate. Let's hope that gets through. That's going to be really, really cool. So everybody, we've got the recommendations in front of us and on your reports in front of you. So I think we're going to just take them all together. And I would like to see a show of hands in support of the recommendations. That's everybody. Yeah, that's everybody. Is any against? Any abstentions? Oh, one abstention. Thank you. And I think that's because Andy's only just recently joined, so you haven't been to any of the meetings, I would have thought. Yeah. Thanks, Andy. Okay, so that has been passed. Thank you so much. Well done. And members, we're going to break for lunch now. And we'll be back.
Well, often they're hidden like underneath chairs. All over the place.
Okay, I'm trying to get everybody to come to their seats now. This is like
Whenever
soft.
I go to church, I look for the green man.
Okay, I'm just getting everybody back in their seats. Some people have had to leave. Are we now back on? Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we move to agenda item 11, which is the South Downs Corporate Plan. And I'm going to ask Anne Rehill, our Head of People and Place, to introduce this report. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is the corporate plan, which sets out the priorities for the organisation for the next 5 years, set to coincide with the new 5-year management plan. I think it's probably worth saying that, as a reminder, that this is a plan for us as a National Park Authority. So the figures in this are different to the figures in the management plan, because the management plan is a plan that's delivered by us and other people. And our corporate plan is the priorities for us as an organisation. It was developed using a similar sort of collaborative process across a number of staff in the organisation, and the emphasis being on clear measures and how we will deliver our proportion of the PMP targets. We've got a bit of a change of approach this time round, more of a theory of change, which is a focus on impact and how we're going to measure it. So you'll see that what you've got in front of you looks a bit different to normal. The plan itself is actually fairly straightforward. There's a foreword and introduction, talks about the shared priorities with the management plan, linked to the special qualities of the national park, and our principles and values as a staff team. We added a section with our work on communities after feedback from the P&R committee, so we put that into the introduction. And what you have is a high-level theory of change. That's the kind of one-pager that you have, which is the kind of the corporate plan on one page. And it's split into the two themes of nature and climate and people and place. What you also have is a set of more detailed tables which set out clearly how the different teams across the organisation are contributing to delivering those priorities. And what we've included this time round is what we're calling an enabling section, and that's to fully acknowledge the important part played by all parts of the organisation, even if their primary purpose isn't a frontline delivery role. Everything that everyone does contributes to how we deliver those targets. And the way we had the conversations with the teams for those functions was thinking about measures that would actually help them to improve or change what they do, which is why you'll see quite a lot of them being measured by satisfaction. Because when we talked to the teams, what they said they'd find most useful is understanding what they were doing, how satisfied people were with that, and if there was anything they could do to improve. So that's why they're framed the way that they are. Probably give you a health warning as well. The plan isn't going to stay looking like this. You've got the basic text. Comms, as you know, for various reasons, have been quite busy recently. And they haven't had the time or the capacity to get it into a nicely designed format for you in time for this meeting. So that's why the recommendation is the way that it is, to allow Alison and Vanessa to approve the final design of the plan when comms have worked their magic, which they will after you approve it, hopefully. There are obviously some costs associated with developing the plan. This is mainly staff time. but there is some actual cost. So that's set out for you in paragraph 4.1. And that's covered from within existing team budgets. You will also note that we have a procurement underway for a contract to provide external validation of our delivery against the management plan. That's set out for you in paragraph 3.5, and there are some associated costs with that, and that has been incorporated into the budget for next year. So the plan itself is at Appendix 1. That's all I'm going to say, so over to you if you have any questions.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Anne. And thank you for all your work and the work of all the team in putting into this. And I think it was really good that you highlighted the difference between the PMP and this corporate plan. I mean, usually it's the other way around. Everyone thinks that the PMP is what we, the authority, are going to be delivering, but it was really good that you made that distinction. Would you like to say something, Sean?
I just want to thank all the members who helped us shape this as well, and took part in the workshop and really engaged. It felt like a real sort of co-creation, which was great. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, members. So Andy, you can go first.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So, as a new member, this looks really good, actually. Really interesting to read through. Looks like it's a good job being put together. I just had a quick question on the number 2 of the recommendation. I mean, it's sort of obvious, but what counts as a minor change? And just because I am new, would such minor changes then just be notified at the next full authority meeting, or policy and resources? How would ordinary members who have agreed this today know if a change had been made, basically? And would that be as soon as is possible, or by email, or just understanding the process? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Andy. That's such a good question.
Well, I'll start, and then Richard can
Yeah.
tell you how it actually is. So this is just a sort of standard provision, just in case at this meeting you spot things like typos or where there might be something that doesn't look quite right. It just gives us the opportunity to correct those without having to come back again. So that's really what I would call a minor amendment, or if there's a point of fact that isn't quite right, we can change that without having to bring it back. You'd find out about it when we publish the plan, really, I think would be how you'd find out.
Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Any matters of substance, this wouldn't cover. So if anything that would actually change what was said here in terms of what was being delivered or what was being reported back or any of the measurables, that would not be covered under a minor change. But as Anne said, it's in the design, in the proofreading process. Grammatical errors will be picked up. Occasionally there may be factual errors as well, which are picked up, which we need to amend, so it would cover those. And as it's delegated for these things, we wouldn't be reporting them back to authority or P&R committee. It would just be published that way.
And I've got a sort of a bit of an example of that. So with the recent partnership management plan, there was a piece on there about FIPL, and the wording in there was, we don't know what we're going to get. We haven't been told yet what money we're going to get for FIPL and da-da-da-da. And then through that in-between process, we did find out, and it was indicative for 3 years, and it just would have looked really bad that we hadn't got that wording in place in the plan. So that's a really good example of where we changed it. But we did then bring that to, we notified members in a paper about that went to P&R, or did it go, can you remember, Richard?
We've got it on the agenda today. So that was dealt with as an urgent action decision by the Chief Executive, and it was reported within the Chief Executive's progress report.
Yeah, I knew I'd read it somewhere. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you. It's a really good question, and I love that. That's what's good about getting new members in, right? They kind of like ask these questions and remind us all about process and stuff. Yes, Sean.
I mean, just a reminder that, I don't want to channel Ruth James here, who would have liked to have got all of this looking as it should. But again, because of the reasons we've outlined earlier, the event yesterday has taken a lot of our resource, so we weren't able to get it quite where it is. So I think if Ruth was here, she'd want to sort of say sorry for that, but the King took precedence.
I think it reads really well. I really like that one pager. It's really, really cool.
I think if I had my way, which obviously I won't because I won't be here, but it would be a series of graphics
Yeah.
So I think that's what the comms team are working on. So it's potentially the case that the tables, the detailed tables, might be something that we use internally. And actually what we present is a series of graphics which, you know, represent the targets. But that will be for you to decide when comms do their thing.
Yeah, I still really liked the one page that you've got, and still kind of is really. And Vicky was picking, Vicky was picking up on the visual, kind of having visuals and things. It really does help, because just you mentioning, Vicky, that you are a visual person, I've realised that I am too. So, yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you.
I think given the job they've done on the management plan, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the corporate plan will turn out like.
Exactly. Yeah, Sean.
With all of this and the PMP also, I mean, it does look very pretty, but and as you've noted, we're looking at bringing in an independent external review on an annual basis. What I'm really keen that we have is a product that people can understand easily and hold us to account on easily, and that we can communicate progress on really easily. So that's the real test for me, is that when you read it, does it make sense, and also inspires and is exciting and brings partners in, and they can see where they can contribute and they see where we can partner. So it's really trying to, because if you have something that's impenetrable, you know, it really doesn't work. So
yeah, and also when you just ask that question of like, what is it you're doing? What's the national park doing? What are we delivering? All of us around the table, when we have that information, we'll be able to go boom, 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 won't we? So that's really important for us. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I've got Mark and then Melanie. Oh, I was going to... Hold on a second, rewind. I went to Andy first. Melanie, so sorry. I meant to ask Melanie to speak first because she's the chair of the P&R committee, and this did go to P&R. So if that's all right, Mark, I'm going to ask Melanie and then I'll ask you.
Mark was there, so he can correct anything.
Just looking left
Don't
there.
worry at all, not a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, the committee obviously spent some time discussing the plan. Overall, we were really pleased with it. There were a few comments, suggestions, one of which Anne mentioned was around communities. One was about strengthening the statement at the beginning about EDI being integrated throughout all of the different elements. And also just making sure that the links to the PMP measures, including the wording, were kind of quite explicit and easy to follow. All of those were done, which is great in this version. And the things that we particularly appreciated about it was the clear link to staff teams, because it really shows what the teams are focusing on, which then enables individual performance plans to be written much more easily. So people can see their own personal targets reflected right through up to the partnership management plan. So we thought that was really important. We like the inclusion of partnership working as an enabling activity, particularly because we know that the PMP has to be delivered with partners. And the fact that continuous improvement in the enabling services, support services, is sort of embedded now. I think that's really positive too. So we were generally very supportive of the whole plan.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Melanie. Mark.
Thank you. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Chair. 3 comments, I think. I really strongly welcome the enabling functions being in the plan. It's really important. And as someone that works in one of those functions, it's good to see it recognised. So brilliant. Not here, obviously. Just some comments around some of the specifics in the enabling functions around measurement, if I may. Triennial staff surveys feel very far apart to me. I'd probably want to lobby more strongly for annual staff surveys, or if that's not possible, with the implementation of pulse surveys, so kind of lighter touch every 6 months, could be around a specific area. I just feel like 3 years is too much can happen in that time for people, and it will make it very difficult for us to respond. And I know people are really engaged with their teams and really close to them, but I think if you want to measure things over time, triennially just feels too far apart from my perspective. So just offering up some ideas. I think pulse surveys might be a good way of kind of doing something a bit shorter and sharper, but on specific topics from time to time. My experience is 6 monthly is quite effective for those. And then just on comms and engagement, I know it hasn't been approved yet. There's some quite clunky language around the objectives. So just needs to have a quick read through. I'm not going to be a pedant and point that out, but it just feels a bit clunky at the moment. And then, but on the specifics, it's great to see social engagement put in there as a kind of measurable target. But achieving increased brand awareness is really vague, I would suggest. So it would be good to sort of, if we are measuring it against where we've been previously, and it would be good to understand what the target is going to be going forward. And that might be numeric. There might be something which is qualitative rather than quantitative that we want to add in there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, that's really helpful. So with the staff surveys, we have historically always done them on a 3-year cycle, but we can certainly feed back into the HR team that maybe there's something that could happen between. There's quite a long cycle that goes with a staff survey, because what we tend to do is we'll do the survey, then there's quite a lot of action planning that goes on, and then there are kind of touch points with staff during the year to sort of feed back on how the actions are being implemented. So it's not like there's a thing that happens and then it gets forgotten about for 3 years. There's actually usually quite some significant, sometimes, programmes of action that get implemented as a result of a staff survey. So that's why they're kind of far apart. And also, you know, we pay for them to be done externally as well. So if we were going to do anything more frequent, we just have to think about that. But we can certainly feed back that to the HR team. That's really helpful. In terms of the comms and engagement things, again, you will be aware that there is going to be a comms and engagement strategy. And what I think might happen is once the comms and engagement strategy is developed, that's where we'll develop the proper measures for comms and engagement. So I imagine that when we do the tweak for next year, that's when those will get changed, because that's when we'll have had the proper kind of think about it as part of the development of the comms and engagement strategy. And I know that Pauline, our research and evidence officer, is going to be working with the comms teams to think about what the smart targets for the comms and engagement strategy might look like.
Thank you. Did you want to comment, Sean? Did you want
Thank
to
you. Just very quickly, I get it on the triennial and the work streams, but it might be that the pulse surveys are then focused on those work streams. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Just to reassure you, it's something I want to look at, but we didn't get into at this point because I've not been through a cycle. So I wanted to I think we've got another one due this year, and I wanted to see how that goes. I agree, I think every 3 years I would want something more regular to know how I'm doing and how we as SLT are doing. It might not be a full people survey, or it might be actually we find the people survey that we have got is too much. We change it and we do it more regularly. So that will be a living, changeable thing we'll look at as we go.
Mm-hmm. Great. Richard, do you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was just going to mention as well that we have had surveys on a regular basis other than the main staff surveys also. Things like, as Chair of Health and Safety Committee, I'm very keen that we have our health and safety surveys, and we have those at separate intervals to the actual main staff survey, and there have been other ones like IT-related ones. So those smaller surveys on particular subjects that you mentioned, those are already things that have happened sort of in the intervening periods of time. So it's not just the one single 3-year touch point that we have.
Great. Thank you so much. I've got Andrew next.
Yes, thank you. I'm very aware that the P&R committee have put a lot of work into this on top of the work which the officers have put onto it. Our vision is something that I'm aware of. It took a lot of time sorting out what we were going to say and how we were going to say it in as few words as possible. But 3 of those words are clean water flows. And then if you turn to page 1438, and the 3rd column, there is reference to clean, abundant water. Now, I'm raising this because I have first-hand knowledge of the fact that the one thing that the water companies cannot produce and put into our streams is clean water. If anything, it appears to be getting worse. And I'm wondering, therefore, whether we are creating a hostage to fortune for this, but more importantly, not going to reinvent the wheel tonight. I'm not suggesting any changes, but I am wondering whether, in the light of the fact that this isn't just happening in one place, but in 100 places in the national park, to a lesser or greater extent, whether this has been raised and whether or not it is actually something that should have been put in here for something for us to achieve by 2060, because as things currently stand, it is unachievable.
Thanks, Andrew. Anne, did you want to address Sean? I mean, we did have all this discussion with the PMP at length.
So we've got, I mean, I take your challenge, and it's very complex. And we've got, you know, we have only a certain amount of agency over that. The thing that I think we're very proud of is the fact that we've put an emphasis on water in the PMP. The land use framework has just come out, and it specifically, even in its sort of most reduced form, where it's got a schematic, it talks about landscapes for water. I am claiming that we did get there first, but you know, so I think we're really aligned to that. How we work with water companies is going to be key, and James talked a bit about Big Chalk and how we're working with Southern Water. We have a target in the PMP that is I can't remember it's the water something framework, environment framework, the water framework directive target, which we know is unachievable, which we've put in the PMP at the moment. But it's the target that everybody's agreed on a national level. What we're working on now with Pauline and the team is an indicator that looks at us as at a more nuanced set of indicators for water quality, which allows us to measure progress, because at the moment the target we've got is you're either there or you're not there, so you're either below the line or above. But actually there are indicators and there is data now being measured that would allow you to start to measure progress towards it. So we're going to develop that as part of our monitoring and environment framework. So I take your point, but you know, it's important that we have it there, even if it feels unachievable, because it's something that we absolutely believe is key to delivering our purposes, and that's something that the park should be known for.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And it was interesting yesterday being at the Super NNR launch, which is all based on, you know, the whole nature reserve is based on the idea of groundwater and looking after that supply and the quality of it, and listening to South East Water, you know, who obviously have had lots of problems this year, but talking about kind of what they're doing and how they're working with farmers and landowners to do that. I know that's not for us, but it's very much like making sure that we can enable those projects to happen is really, really important. And even just, I mean, we had Annie Brown was there yesterday, and just talking to her, and she's like saying, well, you know, quite a lot of the stuff that's coming out is like 70 years, was put in 70 years ago, and yeah.
And I think another example just recently, in terms of how, I guess this is directing us in, you know, into the right conversations, is we had a meeting, James and I had a meeting with Chichester Harbour National Landscape and Southern Water, because obviously they have a problem with water quality in Chichester Harbour, but that problem, apart from the housing which Southern Water are dealing with, a lot of that problem initiates and starts within the park, so we have to work together. So it's all the Lavant and so on catchment area that's actually been contributing to that, to some of that nutrient issues that they've got. So it's driving us to build those partnerships and try and deliver on a more strategic level. But it's going to take time. Sometimes, you know, the stuff that you're getting in Chichester Harbour probably went into the catchment 40, 50 years ago. You know, so whatever we do now, it's going to have to be long-term, and we're going to have long-term measurement in place.
I think it's really important just to have that ambition, right? And like to drive us. And also we know that all our communities really, really care about this. This is like number one. It was a huge driver of in the general election in 2024, and we need to respond to that. So, yeah. Did anyone else have oh, Andrew, you want to come back?
Well, if I might come back, it was very interesting. There was a quote from Southern Water after yet another problem in my local sewage works, apologised that they're run by economists, not engineers. Make of that as you will, but instead of sealing the pipes, they put in an enormous new expansion to a treatment works, 8.3 million, and it has achieved absolutely nothing, and they don't know what they're going to do as a result, because they've got nowhere else to go to solve the fact that there's a continuous leakage from it.
Yeah, gosh. Robson.
Yeah, just not a point, but just building on that. I think that maybe the mindset we need to have is not all the water companies putting stuff out, but how can we develop the nature-based solutions to combat it? So it's not, we can't change what they're pumping out. You know, we can talk to them and, you know, work with them, but what we can do is enable land managers and landowners to put in nature-based solutions, like, for example, you know, sustainable drainage systems in urban areas and, you know, beaver dams and leaky dams and stuff like that. So that's just all I'd say. I don't think it's as, you know, clear-cut as the water companies putting stuff out, so we can't achieve that.
No, that's so cool. Thank you, Robson. I've got Teresa and then Vicky.
Yeah, I was just going to come back on that because we've got an amazing solution that we've done at the Wild Park. I don't know if you've seen it. The rainscape there, it's amazing. And so it's taken off all the water that comes off the road, all the dirty, horrible water, and it's just by the time it gets to the end, I was told that it would be drinkable, but I don't know whether anybody's
Are you going to try that out?
But that's what the guy said.
Yeah.
You know, and that's amazing, and that's done with funding. I think we got funding from South Regional Flood. I think we got some from you and from Southern Water. So it's just an amazing project. We
Exactly. We need to see more of those. Exactly. Yeah. Brilliant. Vicky.
Yeah, and water is a pet subject of mine in my capacity as well. And to Sean's point, partnership working is the only way. You know, we are dealing with climate change. The volume of water that's coming down and impacting us is unprecedented. It's impacting these decrepit old systems, networking aside. Everyone has got a role to play, haven't they, on a hyper-local level. And we as an authority are really important in that, in terms of working with those partners and making sure everyone wants the same objective, even the evil water companies. They absolutely do. And so we have to run with that. And on the Venn diagram, we've all got, you know, ways that we can help achieve that collective ambition. So I'm just really proud of all the work that this authority is putting into that aim, and I fully support it.
Great. Thank you, Vicky. Does anyone else have a comment or question on the plan? No? Okay. Fantastic. I really love it. I'm really excited about it kicking in and that we can start looking at new kind of things that you're reporting on. I think would be really cool. But before you go, Anne, because... Oh, yeah, May? Okay, all right, we'll do that first. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. God, damn. Okay, so members, we've got the recommendation in front of you. Can I see a show of hands in support, please? Thank you. Okay. Back to the main business of Anne. Anne, thank you so much for everything you've been doing for the authority. You are amazing. You were here before it was a National Park Authority, is that right? Just after. So we're losing huge institutional memory, but you've done so much, and especially this last push for the Partnership Management Plan and the Corporate Plan. And so Anne is going to be leaving us very soon, and we from the members just got you this little thing that Melanie's going to be bringing to you. So just to say thank you for everything, Anne. You've been absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
Well, I kind of gave an instruction to everybody about no speeches, so I'm not going to do a speech, but I would just say that it's been an absolute privilege to be part of setting up the National Park Authority, because I have been here that long, and remembering when the offices were spread out across the high street and you used to have to walk all over the place to try and have your meetings or whatever you were doing. And it's just been really fascinating to see how the organisation has developed and changed and grown, and reflecting on the part that, you know, the small part I've had to play in making it what it is now. And I'm just really grateful to have had that opportunity, and also just to wish all of you the very best, because you've got challenging but I think exciting times ahead, and I shall be sitting over the back there keeping an eye on what's going on. So thank you so much for this. It's lovely, and my best wishes to all of you.
Oh, thanks, Anne. So we're going on to item 12, budget, capital strategy, medium-term financial strategy and the Treasury management strategy. And I'm going to ask Craig to come in here and talk us through this report. Thank you, Craig.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm presenting the annual report that outlines the 26-27 revenue budget, capital strategy, capital programme, Treasury management strategy and the medium-term financial strategy through to 2030-31. Just a few of the recommendations are on the screen. I think there's 9 of them in total that was included in the report. Budget proposals have been developed in line with the Parks budget framework and the priorities discussed with members through the December 25 and January 26 budget workshops, and they look to support the delivery of the corporate plan and the partnership management plan. The revenue budget shows a gross budget for 26-27 of £12,764,000, funding primarily from the confirmed DEFRA National Park grant, around 3/4 of the gross expenditure, with other income and contributions from reserves making up the rest of the funding. The budget is balanced for 26-27 through a combination of prudent assumptions and one-off measures, including the capitalisation of eligible costs, and, as I said, the one-off contribution from reserves during the year. Regarding the capital programme, DEFRA has confirmed a separate £2 million capital grant. It's a key enabler for the programme, but also has enabled the park to review reserves and look forward to financial sustainability for over the MTFS. Appendix 2 sets out the capital strategy and the total capital investment programme. This year is proposed to be in excess of £6 million, which comprises of £3,479,000 of new capital projects funded by DEFRA grant and some access capital grant and some reserves in there as well, in addition to £2,785,000 of reprofiles from this financial year. The report, importantly this year, is seeking for delegated authority for officers to manage the programme in year, ensuring the programme can be delivered against the capital grant and using the established approach from 25-26. That is supported by a project pipeline should any of the schemes listed in the report not be able to progress. In relation to the Treasury management strategy, as at Appendix 3, that is recommended by Policy and Resources Committee and is drafted around the core principles of security, liquidity and yield, and that was discussed at the members' workshop in January this year, where training was provided by by Brighton's Treasury management team. The park remains in a position where the capital programme is fully funded, so no external borrowing is required, and the strategy sets out how the park will manage cash flow, investments and the associated risk. Members are also being asked to approve the updated reserves position, as at Appendix 4, including the steps to make reserves more transparent and flexible, most notably the proposed increase in the working balance to 10% of the DEFRA revenue grant and increase the general reserves to just over £2 million. The general reserves are being held in lieu to ensure that we've got the financial sustainability there over the MTFS up until 2031. Those are the key points that I wanted to raise today about the report. So happy to take any questions, should there be any.
Great, thank you so much, Craig. And just to remind members, we've had a couple of workshops and we had some, as Craig mentioned, training on the Treasury management, which was really grateful for that. Thank you so much. And the Treasury management came to P&R at its last meeting. So I just want to, and thank you, Craig, very much for all this work that went into it, and Vicky. Open it out to members if you've got any questions or comments you'd like to. So I've got Mark and then Antonia. Mark. Okay, Antonia, do you want to go first?
Thank you. Yes, I'm just always suspicious when I see salaries being capitalised, because this does have to have a justification where you spend money on developers and then you capitalise that as software with a capital value. Can be a perfectly good example. I just wondered what the capitalised salaries item is in the capital programme. Item 5, it's page 1465 of the full report, and it's item 5 of the capital strategy capital programme section.
Thank you, Antonio. I'm going to pass over to Vicky for this. Vicky. Or you might need to turn your microphone off, Antonia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The capitalised salaries we've introduced in this current financial year as well, and we've been monitoring that through timesheets where people have been allocating time to delivering capital projects. So we've got an assessment in this current financial year of what we can legitimately charge to those capital projects. So a lot of the additional work that was generated through the DEFRA grant in this current financial year has been charged to that capitalisation, and we're looking at continuing that in the new financial year. Nearly all the NPAs, following a discussion with DEFRA, have been doing this, sometimes with less sophisticated measures. To be honest, they've been effectively apportioning a percentage of their overhead cost. So I think we've got a more reliable way of doing it. I can't say it was terribly popular with the people who had to undertake it, but we have measured it in this current financial year, so we think it's a reliable measure for it.
And can I just check with you, Vicky, because this was something. I mean, this is really like DEFRA wanting to see this happen and try and find ways of capitalising these costs, and they had a sort of framework which was quite wide, but actually we had to kind of make sure that we were SIPFA compliant. Is that right? And then also, which I was really, this is something that we're discussing within National Parks England with my fellow chairs, like, just to make sure, are all the finance teams getting together and sharing this knowledge and learning so that everyone's kind of doing it the same way? And I think that you've been doing that, haven't you, Vicky? You've been meeting with them.
Yes, we've had a couple of review sessions with DEFRA and one of the bodies that they've outsourced this to, where all the national parks and other national landscapes as well have been sharing how they've been dealing with it. It has been quite different. Some people literally did just buy assets,
right,
rather than actually, doing some of the more interesting projects that we've been able to deliver. But yeah, I think we were alone in monitoring the time that the people were spending on the actual capital projects.
I feel more reassured to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were quite keen to provide a proper audit trail, so we didn't get challenged on that in this. But we will see. We might get challenged on it in audit.
But there's so much learning through this first year, isn't it, to get this? Because I think this is something that's going to be coming over these next 3 years. Probably going to have to keep doing it, aren't we? Does that answer your question, Antonia?
Yes, I mean, as long as you're sure that you're right in the middle of all the guidelines that are being, I suppose, developed rather gradually by DEFRA and approved by SIPFA, well, then that's okay. Just not being an outlier.
Oh, no, yeah, thank you. And I forgot that the national landscapes have to do it too. Mark?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. It's excellent. I also just wanted to note that the workshops were brilliant and the training's been really helpful. So thank you, please, for more of that. Just comments really about the impact of global events, really, on our finances. Sorry to bring that into the room. I won't mention his name. And the impact on inflation and the effect that will have on the organisation or throughout the organisation. Current estimates, and it really is finger in the air at the moment because of the unknown length of the conflict and the supply chain effects, are that it could go to 5%, it could go well beyond that, and I think it's really unpredictable at the moment and it's causing a lot of concern amongst individuals. So just a few comments really. So first of all, obviously we've looked at the OBR's estimate for years ahead. I think that's way off now. Even in the best case scenario, it'll probably be double what the OBR predicted. So what planning is in place for us to be able to manage that? There's all sorts of impacts, so whether that's running the fleet that we have of vehicles, obviously fuel is 20 pence a litre more now, could go higher, operations of buildings, gas, electric, oil. But the thing that I really started to think about was the impact on our employees and staff. Having been somewhere that was, as a director, the last time this happened at the start of the Ukraine war, we had quite a lot of low-paid employees. They're all paid the living wage, and I know we meet the living wage requirements here. But even on the news today, people's bills going up by £300 on their gas and electric. That's a lot of money if you're not earning a lot of money. The impact in the supply chain through fertiliser costs, and therefore, is it Rose, Sir Philip Rose, or I heard him on the former chair of M&S, heard him on radio this morning. Stuart Rose, thank you. Talking about food inflation, it's almost inevitable that food prices will be really hit hard by inflation because of the inputs costs. So it's a roundabout way of just sort of saying that these are all the things I've been thinking about. I'm sure our colleagues are thinking about it, and the officers, particularly the lower paid officers, the cost of them heating their homes, eating, getting to work, as well as all the costs of running the organisation. I just wanted to sort of share that. I thought this was an opportune moment to do that and just ask for comment, please. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Mark. Do you want to do that, Sean?
So yeah, we had that discussion, and that is in part why we've gone from 7% to 10% on the working balance, so that we've got a bit of extra, but also we were going to take it to 15%, but what we've decided to do is sort of soft earmark part of the 2 million that's in the general reserve as a sort of let's see what happens over the next 6-12 months, and look at how we might need to use that to mitigate some of those risks. So that's built in and very much on our minds. Obviously, when we did this was, 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, it's changing all the time. But I feel comfortable that we've got a significant cushion in there to allow us to at least have 18 months, is what we've been talking about, of variability that we would need to adjust to before we need to do anything really, even begin to think of anything structural. And when we think about how we might plan to use that money that's in general reserves, and that might be a question that's coming, one of the things that we'll be looking to do is to make sure that we keep some of that back until we have a bit more certainty about what's going on.
Craig?
It's a really interesting point, because obviously at the council we're talking about this as well, and the impact on fuel and energy costs, and how that impacts the budgets. I've asked the team to do a very quick sensitivity analysis, so it needs further review. But reassuringly, the risk around utilities and energy prices, the park is fairly protected from that. We've got contracts fixed up until August 2026. Most of the electricity is sourced through renewable energy, so unlikely to be hugely impacted. That's not to say it's not going to be an impact. The biggest risk area is around the fuel, and generally around that we've done a sensitivity analysis of around an uplift of 15%, and we think that could be managed within the current budgets that we've got. So there's some flexibility and contingencies within the budgets we've got already.
We don't use heating oil. Not I'm aware of, do we?
We have 2 sites, I think, that have.
It's not great for those who are. Thank you, Mark. Did anyone else have Robson?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a quick question on the changes to the reserves. It says to reduce the climate change fund reserve to 0 and release the general reserve. I just wondered, given the fact we're in the red on our carbon footprint targets, if that was the wisest decision or if there were other plans in place to approach that.
Yeah.
So in the workshop that we had, I think we identified that there were many reserves and we didn't quite know why they were set up or what the money was still in there to do. So what we've done is actually consolidate that all in a general reserve. It doesn't mean we wouldn't spend that on climate change activities, but we just felt it wasn't helpful to have all those different lines because it was difficult for us to get a sense of overall what were we looking at as a figure. How we then decide to allocate that is the next exercise that we'll need to go through. And it, you know, you're exactly right. We've got a lot of work to do on our carbon footprint, and some of the stuff we'll want to do will be to invest in that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember why that was put in. So when we did our climate change action plan back in 2021, we were like, right, we're going to need, let's put some money aside so that we can do the kind of retrofit stuff that we wanted to do on buildings and all that kind of stuff. And then we keep getting pots of capital money from DEFRA that we can spend on it. And so we were getting other monies in. So it's been sitting there and sitting there and sitting there. So then I think everyone just decided, well, we kind of, let's just put it in and get it used elsewhere, because all that work that we kind of wanted to happen, we've got the cash from elsewhere. So that's what's happened there.
Yeah, no, I definitely support simplifying it. It's just making sure that we don't lose the fact that, yes, whilst we might not use that specific pot to do it, it should be a financial priority.
It's in the it's in the corporate plan and the partnership management plan. It's so massively important. Yeah. Does anyone else have a question or comment? I was just going to highlight the recommendations 3 and 4 about the capital programme and what's been happening this year. So there's a kind of 2-step process, hasn't there been, Melanie? That it's come to you if there's changes, and then it comes to me. And we've been cited on the kind of spreadsheets on that all the way through. Well, I have been seeing them, so Laura was always sending them through. Yeah. Did you want to say something? Yeah.
Just to say that delegation has been incredibly helpful, because we've had to move projects in and out quite fast based on, you know, how their risks have changed or their deliverability's changed, and it's meant that we've been able to basically spend the capital that we've given in the most effective way. So thank you for that delegation, but it really has helped.
Yeah, and it's quite useful because actually looking at these recommendations now is actually the things that you put in place last year worked, so it's kind of carrying on those things. So that's really cool that we haven't got things like that we've got to change it all. So it is good to see. So thank you. Okay, well, if no one's got any other questions or anything, let's move to the recommendations, and let's see a show of hands for the recommendations, please. I think that's everybody. Yeah, great. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Craig. Thank you. We're going to move to agenda item 13, which is the Seven Sisters Country Park Operation Plan. And we've got absolute legend Claire Onslow taking her seat, fresh from welcoming the King yesterday, and doing such an amazing job, all the team on site.
Not just Seven Sisters, it's been F1.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just, look, soak it up. Claire, take it when you get it. Claire, over to you to introduce your report.
Hello, everyone. I've been listening in. I can hear Seven Sisters has featured several times today, so let's bring it back down to the operations and, shall we, the day-to-day. So delighted to present to you...
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. God, I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. I got to pause. It's just to keep everyone on their toes, especially myself, because I want to declare a public service interest in that I'm a parish councillor in Cuckmere Valley. It's very important to me, but I do sometimes forget when there's a lot of stuff going on. But I just want to make that announcement of that interest. And Mark, if he was still here, would have said something about being in Wilden. But anyway, back to you, Claire. I'm so sorry.
Yes, so bringing the operating plan for 26-27 to you. It is an operating plan, so it's the day-to-day stuff of what we are aiming to achieve and deliver this year. With what I know at the moment, the year can throw many things at us, and that's part of the review of going through and adapting as we go. Just to focus the mind, we still have our 3 key operating principles, which are for exemplary land management, first-class visitor destination, and the financial stability. The main principles of this plan, though, for this year are to evolve our business model, and that's not to sort of sit back and relax, because that would be very lovely. But actually, from the Strategic Members' Day we had very recently, we've still got some work to do on our visitor experience and our day-to-day stuff. So we want to evolve that. And with the opportunities of the new National Nature Reserve that we're now in, we can start to move in a more I think the right direction of us being a nature first place with visitors and how we adapt that. There's a bit of work involved with that, but we're going to evolve it. But that doesn't necessarily mean to say that we don't have ambition. You'll know from the conversations we've had, we've got lots of bigger plans. We're looking at some investment in the site, and we've got some wider work to do across the Sussex Heritage Coast to work with our partners to try and manage and disperse those visitors in a much more coherent way. Just in a year, that seems quite terrifying. Key highlights, these documents are all in here. So key highlights for you are continuing to deliver the Countryside Stewardship Agreement, which is our big thing. And this year, we're hoping to be able to really kind of celebrate and reap some of those rewards of the first couple of years. After a wet winter where we've been able to manage the water levels, we're beginning to see signs of encouragement and exciting things. So we're hoping this year to really see some bits and pieces, along with continuing with the activities to engage and so to offer engagement and celebration of the nature, be that volunteering, workshops, whatever. With the visitor experience, we are looking at making sure that our offer is hot and right and good. Good hot. So I said that, and right and good, but also evolving with that narrative around nature. If you've seen the socials that have been coming out from Natural England, certainly yesterday, you won't have seen today's, the park features quite heavily in that, and it looks amazing. It also looks amazing that we've got the king in front of the cliffs. 2 weeks before Easter, but yes, fine, I can cope with that. But we do need to manage that and make sure that we're working with our partners to ensure that the visitors can continue to have a good experience. Against a backdrop where we may have some challenges with things like the bridge happening at Exeat to replace that, and we're not quite sure what that's going to look like. And as has already been discussed, the economic climate, or the climate that we're currently operating in, could have some challenges for us. The fun bit is we just wait and see, right? And then the big thing for us is looking at refreshing things like our website and our external communications, which will form part of the National Parks comms plan that is being worked on. And as for the money, well, I'm planning to make some, is the good start, news to the start. Currently looking like 140k surplus, but we all know that things happen. But with this projection, it looks like I'm making a surplus that we can reinvest into the site without making a significant impact on the budget of the wider national park. And actually, if things do change, then we evolve and plan accordingly and change the cut of our cloth to make sure that it's working. I will be continuing to make sure that our visitors buy as many coffees and fridge magnets as I can make them do. So that's my positive. There's lots of information there, and I'm fairly sure there's going to be a few questions. So please let me know how I can respond.
Thank you so much, Claire. So Claire mentioned, members, that we had a strategy day on site last month, and I think quite a few of you here were there, and it was a really amazing day, really informative and useful day. So I don't know if anybody that was there that day has any questions or reflections or comments on that, but also on the report and the paper. Andrew.
Well, in some ways, an obvious reflection is away from the main buildings is an enormous building, which is Exeat New Barn, not to be confused with the other New Barn, which is about 200 metres to the north of it, the other side of the road. But is the future of that building, which could eat up money at a prodigious rate, but leaving it alone isn't a long-term strategy. And I wondered if there's anything more that can be said about it.
I mean, we all went to have a look at it, didn't we? It's a fantastic site. I think definitely some thinking on that this year, and we have to look at what we can do. And in the next following 2 years, we're going to have more capital money coming in. But at the moment, I don't think we know really what the plan would be for it. I mean, I think it was suggested that when sea levels rise and flood the existing visitor centre, we might want somewhere else to go. But we've got some time to think about that at this point. But no, I think there's an opportunity there, but it's, what is it? I'm not sure yet. It feels like something that could be really amazing. But it could also be something where we sink a load of money and we don't get the benefit, so we've got to make sure we get that right. And whatever we do, we'll do as we always do, and involve the brilliant brains and minds in this room to help us answer that question.
Thank you. John Cross.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I didn't manage to get along to that workshop. But what I wanted to ask was, and this is out of ignorance, I suppose, what is the DMO that covers Seven Sisters? And in point 4, if the DMO is Sussex Heritage Coast Partners, do we work with them, or if that isn't the DMO, is there a partner we can work with? Because again, they would help with making the park a destination.
Go, Claire.
So our DMO is Experience Sussex. As an organisation, we do work with them quite closely. The reference to the Sussex Heritage Coast is a long-standing name for all the landowners, sort of from East Seaford to Eastbourne, kind of covering the triple SI. And we've been working together on an operational level for everything from sort of cliff safety to some of the more practical stuff. But since I've been here, we've been trying to make that a little bit more useful. So sharing information, looking at how we deal with coaches, all of those kind of things. And the next step is to kind of formalise that as part of our ambition work with visitor management plan, to really look at how we can manage the area in the best way for visitors, and Experience Sussex will be part of that conversation. We're at the very early days of that.
John.
So should, as part of that planning, should the engagement with Experience Sussex be part of that long list you've got there?
The short answer is yes. We probably haven't named everybody with that.
Thank you. Thanks, John. Mark.
Thank you. Claire, just to say a big thank you for hosting the day. It was brilliant and lovely to get onto the site again. And obviously a big thank you to the team for all their continued hard work as well. Just two quick questions really as sort of follow-ups. And just to acknowledge the wonderful renovations that have been done for New Barn Cottage. I've got the name right there. How's the letting of that going? Any progress to share with the members? Or alternative ideas that might have come up on the strategy day about alternative uses? I'm looking at Sean. And then an update on the repairs and the renovations of the holiday lets. How are they coming along? Do we have a completion date? And have there been any further delays? Because obviously I know there were some quite urgent repairs that had to be done in advance of the season sort of starting quite soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
If I start and then I'll look at Claire for the right answer. No, in terms of the, what was the first one, remind me? It was the New Barn
Cottage.
Yeah, New Barn Cottage, exciting news. We're currently right in the middle of a process where we're offering it to staff first, because obviously there's quite a lot of caretakering work involved in operating a new property with a lot of on-site management and care and integration with the wider country park. So we took a decision to see if there are any staff who are interested. But in the background, we've also done some early marketing, and we know there's likely to be others as well. So it's looking positive.
And in terms of the holiday lets, I haven't been told it's not going to plan. I'm not actually leading the project. So it's on plan, no further delays of any significance. Now we know about the newts and we have accommodated that timeline. And so we should be open in May for the season as planned. That was the plan.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else have a question? Vicky?
It's not a question, it's a comment really. I mean, in addition to how much fun we all had coming to visit and being really inspired about all the partnership working, all the sort of nighttime dark sky stuff as well as the daytime visiting and nature and goodness. I, for one, not been on planning, but just having a look at the state of that car park and just seeing and understanding, you know, the issues there and how easily that can be remedied and how beneficial that is going to be. So I really welcome seeing that in there too, and seeing it in the flesh as well. So thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that. Oh, Melanie, did you want to come?
Sorry, just a very small but important comment, I think, about the forward budget for 26-27. I know you say, Claire, obviously it is a budget and it's a plan and it's an intention, but to actually be at the point where you're looking at delivering some investment funds to go back into the park is really positive, given where we started. And so thank you and the team very much for that.
Great. Yeah. Sure.
I think I'm right, Claire, that we are now forecasting for next year twice as much surplus as we forecasted for last year. So at the same time, we're moving forward as well on that. So yeah, it feels particularly good. No.
Yeah, great.
This is next year.
Okay. Robson.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarity on 3.3. You talk about making, developing a management framework for the new NNR. Is that specifically in regards to nature recovery or like the site as a more broader, let's say, tourist attraction, to put it bluntly?
So this is for the whole National Nature Reserve, not just Seven Sisters Country Park. It's not for a visitor management framework. That would be the point mentioned in 4.1. Claire Kerr is leading on this, so apologies, I don't know the exact detail. But this is now the NNR is launched and it's operational. It's about working with all the partners within the NR to make sure that we're collaborating and can work at scale on those nature recovery projects we want to do.
Yeah, so it's land management.
Yeah, no, that's really good to hear. I thought so. I just wanted to clarify. And then this one, I mean, we talk about all the time, 4.3, advocating with East Sussex County Council for the need for a safe visitor crossing. Sorry, I know I can already see the, I know. Just like, obviously that's an ongoing issue. And as obviously the site grows in popularity, I just wondered if we were, I know it's all quite up in the air, but are we getting closer to perhaps a timeline on that, potentially?
Yes, we are. As members may recall, we put some of our own money in and did the preliminary studies on what a potential crossing could look like. That went to East Sussex. They've worked with us closely on the next stage. And just last week, they've approved a budget to do the proper exercise, if you like, of a feasibility study, which will give us the final plans and the final costings. And then there's a look to get it into the 27-28 build, but that is for debate, and we've discussed about how we could possibly move that forward if various partners came forward with the funding. So there is good movement on that, and it's in the public domain because they agreed last Tuesday to do that feasibility study.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, I was going to say really good because as someone that's done that crossing many a time, it feels like it gets more dangerous every time you try and do it. So it's good to know that that's kind of moving forward.
No, sure. And being someone who's a parish councillor, it's in my parish, it's really, really important. Does anyone else have a comment or question though? Well, I've just got a few things myself. But that's really good to hear about the crossing, and it's really good that we have these local stakeholder meetings in place, which is really, really valuable to everybody in the area because it's a huge part of the community, what goes on. So those regular meetings, so we'll obviously be told about that crossing update when those comes. But I just was, and Robson, thanks for asking about the crossing because I was going to ask about that. But for me, one of the things I wanted to ask about, so we've got in Appendix 1, Item 4, we talk about dogs on leads, and there's just thinking about us becoming the nature reserve now, kind of what is the policy on dogs on leads, because I understand, people love to, when I had my dog, just let them run and things like that, but I was in there yesterday and there was so many skylarks trying to nest on the ground. It was, a cacophony of them. But you just think, actually, people, there is obviously the obvious seasons, can we have them on the lead? But is that actually going to be a bit confusing? And should we just have a policy of they've got to be on dogs on leads all the time? So we just get used to that? I don't know what you think. Yeah, Claire, thanks.
So we've been testing that in the last year, actually. So we have a little bit more tolerance along the park concrete path. because it's quite hard to kind of say to everybody, don't have a dog, nothing but dogs on leads, because we don't have anybody enforcing it. So what we have done this year is a tolerance on the path, but the minute there's a gate, we have had signs, and whether that be grazing season or brown nesting birds or whatever, we've been changing the signs on the gates. So once you're off the path, trying to get that sort of messaging through a little bit more that they're going into an area where there might be something. The ongoing thing is we just do not have the staffing resources to be out there telling people to put the dogs on the lead, and that is all we can do, because currently we don't have any enforcement powers. We could look at bylaws and enforcement, but I would definitely need quite a few more staff to deliver that. Just putting that out there. But one of the things, as we've discussed at the strategic day, and you've heard me say before, now that we are part of a nature reserve, we can start to just really increase our language away from maybe some of those leisure activities that people associate with a country park, and actually be a little bit more forceful now. Is like, actually, no, you're in a nature reserve, and these behaviours are what we would expect and do. It will be a process, but yes, we are just entering into nesting season. They've caught us all out there a little bit earlier than usual this year, only shortly, and then there's been one or two little distractions going on that have taken our time away. But yeah, we're about to go into that, and then the narrative around that. Once we've got this weekend with the event for the World Water Day out of the way, we'll be very much
this
around
weekend
that season.
as well, yeah. So, I mean, it's education. We always use education for these things, don't they? We don't want sticks, but yeah. Teresa?
Sorry, I think I probably brought this up at P&R, but I remember mentioning it before. But in Brighton, we had a local farm school that did a lovely film with children, and they filmed like the countryside code on keeping dogs on lead. I think it's really important in the nature reserve that people get it in their heads that they should be keeping their dogs on the lead because of the wildlife. And I think maybe if we made a film, I'm going to send it to you, so if you get this film, don't wonder where it's come from. I don't know whether you've seen it.
I think I've seen a film.
I was
been
going
on
to
the
send
socials,
it to someone,
hasn't he?
but I can't remember who I said I'd send it to and whether I did or not.
Is it on your Brighton and Hove socials?
It might be on the socials at Brighton and Hove, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a
But
waste if it wasn't.
I've got it up now, so I'll send it to you, because I think that's an important thing that you said, that dogs should always be on a lead in countryside, because you never know what's going to be. There's snakes, lizards, all sorts of things, you know, wildflowers coming up, everything.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, Sean.
So I really don't need to... Can you turn
Oh, sorry.
I really don't need to say this, but I just want to because it's so exciting. Because Claire's already said it. You know, as of yesterday, we are owners of a nature reserve. It is a nature reserve, and we can now start to talk about it in very different ways and write signs in different ways and do films, and it really gives us that ability to think in that way because we have that complete license to do so. Before, you might find challenge. I think that challenge is going to be very hard to put to us now. And that, for me, feels like a real shift, a really exciting shift. I think the whole team feel that as well, isn't it? It's a point we've been waiting for so long. But I think we can really start to explore how we do that.
Yeah, definitely. Robson?
Yeah, just a quick one. That's obviously we're now a nature reserve. Is the plan to go ahead with dropping the country park aspect? Or, because obviously there's just a concern about mixed messaging if we're saying, oh, we're a country park, but also you're in a nature. Does that make sense just from a kind of clear messaging?
Totally does, yeah.
Absolutely does, and the organisation's comms plan will pick up some of that work so that we're doing it in a way that makes sense to everybody so that we're not confusing people along the way, but there is a position, so we're part of a bigger nature reserve, and then we can just look at what that might look like for us and what we want to call ourselves. Not an easy thing to do, and then there are some legal things as well. That man over there will go, we can't completely, so there are ways that what the name and what the designation is. It's a longer process than it might seem.
Yeah, it's a legal designation, so Richard can explain.
Yes, I will. I will come. So, the one thing I will say is that when we were putting in about the designation to be a national nature reserve, one of the key questions that we were asked was how that would sit alongside the designation as a country park as well, because obviously they have different objectives and whether they can sit together. They sit together in other places in the country where there are national nature reserves, which are also country parks as well. So the mitigations that we put in as to how they would work together they were accepted, we were designated as a nature reserve. So, yeah, the messaging, as Claire said, will change to being a more nature-focused location, but that can sit alongside any sort of responsibilities that we have for it being a country park as well. And there are also benefits to it being a country park as well that allow us to do other things that we might not be able to do if it wasn't.
Okay, great, thank you. Does anyone else have anything they would like to add? Oh, I'm going to go back to my list then. So I
thought you were off the hook.
No, it's all good stuff. It's all good stuff. No, I'm just really pleased about the meetings that we've had since our last meeting about getting together that group to look at the future of the visitor management across the whole Heritage Coast. And I really want to thank you and Tim for pulling that together, because so important. Because, yeah, the whole area is now a supranational nature reserve, but layered on top of that, we've got this huge amount of visitors that come to the whole coast. Plus, we've got some public health issues in the area as well. And it's just a massive, massive, complicated, but incredibly exciting opportunity. And so to get some really good external consultants in that I know that you've been looking at, I'm really pleased that that's moved on since our last meeting. So I just want to acknowledge that.
His Majesty doing our PR now as well.
Right. We've got the boy in. But also, I just wanted to also highlight about the National Trust. We're adopting 2 of their scooters. So, yeah, so I just want to ask, I think my ask about that was like, okay, we're going to take your scooters off you, but is there a way of getting them to advertise that we have them there? Is that happening? Thanks.
So we're actually giving a new home to the scooters that were funded as part of the Changing Chalk project, because they are based at the National Trust, and the National Trust are unable to use them because of the nature of the landscape and how that's going to work. So we've agreed to adopt them because it increases our fleet and gives us more flexibility, but there will be then a partnership with the partners of Changing Chalk to either use them or to promote them. So once I can get the agreement that works for me to actually get the things on site, which has been a little bit more longer than hoped, then we can just look at how that's going to go. But yeah, we're adopting as part of the project.
Yeah, and you mentioning Changing Chalks just made me reflect on, there was a fantastic celebration of the end of that project a few weeks ago, which was just great, with all the partners and farmers and landowners and artists and everybody that was involved with that project. But I was chatting to a farmer there who is our conservation grazer at Seven Sisters, and he was talking about the dew ponds that have gone in and how absolutely wonderful they are, and that he's been seeing the wildlife going to it, and this is the younger of the, and he's just it's just really, really exciting, and he sees the benefit, and it's all good stuff.
There was much excitement in the office this week because we've got frog porn. It's proper porn.
Keep moving this on, because my mind is going to places I don't want it to go to.
That is in our newest dew pond. So the one that we put in, not last year, the end of the year before, is now showing signs that animals are living in there. And I think that ought to be the end.
Yay! No, and actually, just to mention amphibians, just to get it onto toads while I'm here. So the toad group in the area, over 2,300 toads helped cross the road this year. So nice one for them. And also just to then go on to infrastructure. So the bridge, am I right? That's starting in June. That's what I last heard.
We believe it's starting in June. We're waiting to have the specific details of what that project plan looks like.
Yeah, because that is going to, I know that if Mark Fairweather was here, he would ask about had we factored in what we think that impact is going to be. It's hard. Yeah, I mean, they're doing it offline, aren't they? And I think they've said 19 days it's shut, but...
The last we heard, they will be closing a number of weekends. We just don't know how many, and we don't know when.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll be fun.
Because this is going to be great for my... Okay, great. Thank you. So has anybody else got any comments or questions they want to do? No. Okay, so everybody look at the recommendation, and if I can see a show of hands in approval of that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Claire. Well done. Yeah, have a great weekend. Are you working this weekend? Yeah. Okay. Have a great weekend. Okay. So, agenda item 14 is the procurement of 2 contracts, one being the Bridleway works on the South Downs Way at Alfriston, and the second one is cleaning at the South Downs Centre in Midhurst. And I'm going to invite Hayley to come and talk to us about this, please. Thank you, Hayley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. The paper before you today covers 2 separate procurement matters. I'll take each in turn, but I want to reassure members at the outset that both procurements are being conducted in line with our contract standing orders and the Procurement Act 2023. So currently, our contract standing orders state any procurement above £200,000 must be approved by P&R committee. But due to the timings of that committee, we've had to bring this today to NPA. So the first matter relates to surface repairs and drainage management at King's Ride on the South Downs Way at Alfriston. This particular section has suffered ongoing erosion and surface water runoff, leading not only to difficulties for trail users, but also flooding impacts on nearby residential roads and private gardens. The proposed scheme is a sustainable drainage and surface improvement solution designed to reduce repeat repairs, manage storm events and improve accessibility. So the estimated value of the works is around £270,000, including VAT. We've now had confirmation of the DEFRA Access Capital funding for this project. Then procurement 2, the cleaning contract at the South Downs Centre Midhurst. So this procurement commenced, so it's already commenced as a below threshold process, and that was based on an estimated contract value of £180,000, including VAT. And so that covered a 3-year term with an optional 1-year extension. The process was openly advertised. It was evaluated on a 60% quality over 40% cost basis and completed in full compliance with our procedures. So the estimated contract value was derived on the existing contract with an allowance for inflation. However, following evaluation, the highest scoring tender has just come in at just over the £200,000 threshold, meaning that the resulting contract is now classed as an over-threshold procurement and an over-threshold public contract. So members should be reassured that legal advice has been sought, and it confirms that the authority may proceed to award the contract, provided we comply with the additional requirements of the Procurement Act. So that's assessment summaries, observing a mandatory standstill period, and publishing the required notices. So these steps are already built into the next stage of the process. So the recommendation therefore seeks delegated authority to the Chief Executive to award the contract, ensuring continuity of service while remaining fully compliant with procurement law. I'm happy to answer any questions on either procurement. I've also got Ben here if there's anything more specific to the project at Alfriston.
Okay. Thank you so much, Hayley. And yeah, thank you for reminding us that this would have gone to P&R, but just timetabling and schedules, it's just, yeah. Right, then we can't let that happen. Yeah, cool. Okay, so members, does anyone have a question or comment they would like to ask Hayley? Andrew?
Yes, thank you. On the top of page 1512, the block there, it says, following completion of the work, annual maintenance is to be undertaken by the residents with private access rights over the bridleway at their own cost. How certain can we be that residents will do that? Because my experience of residents being asked to do things under such circumstances points towards problems.
Going to hand that one over to Ben.
Hi, thanks. We have floated that idea to the residents. We have had some feedback about that. So we feel that maybe, well, you're right, you can't necessarily, there's no real mechanism for making them do that. But instead we're thinking of asking them for a contribution towards the cost of the initial project, and the maintenance would be taken up by us going forward.
Can I ask what sort of maintenance that would be?
The material we're proposing to use is an open grade tarmac, which has a certain porosity to it. So it's been suggested every year it has a jet wash, a power wash, to basically keep it porous. So that's basically it. And also to just to monitor the filter drains that will be running along the whole length of the trail.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so, and that's just ongoing discussion that you're having. I mean, I guess this is all over the place, isn't it? I know even on my own road we've got this problem.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the residents have tried to sort of resolve the situation before, several years ago, but the drainage wasn't sufficient enough, and most of it's washed out and blocked drains further down. So it's unregistered piece of trackway, so this is sort of where we can come in and actually come up with a long-term solution.
Yeah, I know it, yeah.
There's a bit more climate resilient as well.
Okay, cool. Well, this needs to happen, knowing it, so yeah. Vicky. Actually, you know what I was going to ask, Ben? Sorry, Vicky. But have you spoken to the parish council?
Yeah, they've been involved with it, yeah.
Okay, cool, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at the map that we've been given, and I'm looking right by the marker A on the map with the long barrow. That's an archaeological feature, and so I just wondered: is it being impacted already, or is it being impacted by water ingress? Like, can you give us some reassurance about that as an archaeological feature, given the situation? Thanks.
Sorry, you're referring to the long bay at the top? The surface repairs aren't going that far. So it should be 600 metres from the metalled road at the junction at the bottom, so it won't impact on the monument itself.
Sorry, yeah, I know, I can see that, I can understand that clearly, but it's the drainage management that extends all the way along there. So it's not being impacted by water now, or will this help it to protect it, is my question.
I misunderstood. No, it's not currently being impacted by the drainage. It's actually on quite a flat part of the track there. So the surface, I think we're only going 600 metres or so, and that's really to manage the surface water with a crossfall on the surface. But at the moment, the monument isn't being negatively impacted by wear and tear.
Okay. Does anyone else have a question or comment they'd like to make? I mean, it seems to me that if you need to involve the parish council and the local people. If there's anything I can do to help, because I just live quite locally, I'm very happy to. But because I know that they've got like their own rights of way person and things, haven't they? There.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an ongoing issue for the last 4 or 5 years with complaints and things. The parish have been back and throwing with different correspondence. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for explaining that. Okay, members, we've got the recommendations in front of you. Can I see a show of hands? That brilliant. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. Does anyone need a break quickly? Do you want to get up and move about, or are you happy to get on? I know. I just was checking. Okay. Item. Oh, Jerry.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to declare an interest on the next item,
yes, I know,
I shall sample the sunshine while you discuss.
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you. So it's the delegated host authority arrangement with Westminster City Council, and obviously Jerry is a Winchester. Oh, God. Okay, thank you. I don't even. I can't. Yeah. Okay, I'm really sorry. Okay, so I'm going to invite Rob Green to talk through this report. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So this relates to the Section 101 agreement that we have with Winchester City Council. The 101 agreement allows Winchester to act on our behalf for planning services end-to-end. The current contract that we have with Winchester, we've had a contract in place since the creation of the park as local planning authority. The current contract was agreed in early 2022. It's been extended, but it can't be extended any further. So a new contract would need to be entered into. The current contract ends on the 30th of September of this year. Officers at Winchester and the National Park Authority have been discussing a new contract, and we have agreed in principle to a contract up to 5.5 years to take us to the 31st of March 2032. It will operate on the same payment model as it does currently, but we have agreed in principle to an 8% uplift on those costs. That's within our budget allowance, and the length of the contract over 5.5 years has allowed us to budget for that over that period. That would be supported by a service level agreement, and that sets out the performance metrics and the expectations of the National Park Authority. And we do have a good relationship with the Winchester City Council officers. At the 12th of March, Winchester City Council Cabinet meeting, members there approved to the 5.5-year contract and to the 8% uplift as well. So this has been agreed by Winchester City Council. And so the recommendation today is to delegate authority to the Director of Placemaking so that we could enter into the same contract. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks. I just want to remind everybody, just before we go into questions and comments, that if you wanted to discuss anything that's in Appendix 1, we'd have to go into private session. So just to make everyone aware of that. Does anyone have any questions on this? I've got Melanie. Yeah.
I have a question on behalf of a colleague who's had to leave early. Just asking whether the other two partners might be expecting the same duration of contract, or would they ask for that? And would that be a good thing for us in terms of certainty and stability?
Yeah, because that's what I wanted to say, that those are in part in the appendix that I said we've got to go into private session if we're going to start talking about that. Is that okay, or did you? Yeah. So do you want to go into private session, Melanie, to ask that question? Well, I thought I could ask it because of about duration. I think if it's just Winchester, but if you want to go into private session to ask that, can we? Do you want to? Yes. Okay. So. Should we do all the other ones and then do public session first? Yeah. Okay. I'll take everybody else and then we can ask going back. That's fine. Does anyone else have a question? I've got Andrew.
Yes, mine is a Winchester question. At Paras 4.5 and 4.7, it refers to the fact that the authority are very happy to, as it puts it, deliberately propose a long-term contract as a result of this, which will go beyond the introduction of unitary authorities, and we say that in fact it's a good idea. But what would the unitary authority potentially say about that? Because, of course, they won't be Winchester City Council. Winchester City Council would be part of it, but they won't be it. And whilst I suppose they could withdraw, they would have to give the proper notices. I'm just wondering, no aspect of that has been put there. We're looking at it from our point of view, Winchester's point of view, not necessarily the forthcoming unitary authority's point of view.
Thank you, Andrew. Rob, do you want to take that question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So by entering into the contract now, it will be adopted by the new unitary authority. Yes, it's a different organisation. Yes, it's a different name, but the legal contract ending in 2032 would be adopted, and it would carry forward into the new unitary authority, whatever Winchester becomes. You did mention it there that there is a break clause on both sides. And that's deliberately in there. That's within all agreements that we have. That allows a year's notice to break away from the contract, and that's the time that we would need to work through all of the HR regulations that we need to work through in the event that we recover a service. So that is there as a backstop.
Thanks, Rob. Andrew, you wanted to come back?
Yes, I'm not as well informed as a lot of members are, especially the local authority members, but I understood that when the unitary authority members are elected, they'll be elected for a year as a shadow authority, and the main authorities cannot make a decision such as this within that year without it getting effectively the approval of the unitary authority. And I'm wondering, therefore, you talk about there being a year's grace. Under these circumstances, does that start to put a different light on the circumstances?
Rob.
Thank you, Chair. You are correct that there is that shadow year where any contracts for a council within that transition period would need to seek agreement for contracts that extend into a long period of time. We're not in that period yet. So by entering into this contract within the timeframes that we've set out, Winchester, and it's a Winchester question, that they're not within that timeframe where they would have to do that. So this contract could extend into the new authority.
Tim, did you want to come in?
Thank you. Yes, notwithstanding the complexities of LGR and devolution, this is following a fairly well-trodden path for yourselves, which is to try and sign up to a contract which gives a degree of longevity, but gives break clauses on both sides. Now, those break clauses might be instigated for different reasons, and it might be to do with LGR or devolution, or might be to do with, as we currently have, individual authorities deciding, in the case of Lewis and ourselves, that we've come to a mutual agreement. So I'm trying to make the point that we don't want to confuse it too much with LGR and devolution. This is a 5-year contract with the current people who would operate that. There are break clauses. If either side wanted to change, then we'd have that discussion. But what this allows us, perhaps most essentially, is at least a full year's notice before we have to bring anything in, because we know from recovering other services that anything less than a year can be quite challenging.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. That's really helpful. Does anyone else have a... Robson?
Just on that, are we expecting that the changeover could cause any delays in kind of delivering what we're contracting them to do? Like, are we expecting that there could potentially be issues with that, or do we expect that that would sort of proceed as normal in that shadow year?
Rob?
Thank you. We don't expect disruption, and what we do have as part of the service level agreement are those performance metrics as well, and the close relationship that we have with Winchester. So once the timeframes and the programmes are there, we will sit down with the officers at Winchester to say, okay, this is what you're going through. How will or could it affect us to mitigate that? As we said, and the ultimate backstop is that escape clause, that exit clause as well, but we don't anticipate there being big disruption as a result of that.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have another question? Okay, before we go into private session. So we've had our vote already on that. So we are going to go into private session now. Thank you so much. So, members, we've got the recommendations. Oh no, is it jumping in and out?
It's always a little bit of a delay.
We're just refreshing the YouTube page.
Got 20,000 viewers.
It is streaming, so it will pick it up. It's just a delay on the stream.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, members, we've got the recommendation in front of us. Can I see a show of hands in support of that, please? Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're moving on to... Oh, no. Right. Okay, so... Oh, yes. Do you want to go and get Jerry? That's great. Thanks, Mark. Well, while Mark's doing that, item 16 and 17 were the minutes of planning and P&R, which we'd taken as read and voted on earlier that we weren't going to open up. And the next item, item 18, is in private session, and we agreed to that earlier on. So now we've managed to get the YouTube up, we're going to shut it down again now.